Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me clearly when I talk a full sentence now? Hello, Custard. Thank you. I've been messing with the microphone. My recent video, the mic was dropping in and out, so hopefully you can hear me clearly now. I've also placed the microphone straight in front of my face, which is very hard to get used to. Okay, yeah, we're gonna farm today. I did start here because I need to open these gift bags. So we're gonna hit the button real quick and spam open them. Thank you, Toolbox, for making me not break my wrist. And we'll just exchange all these as well. I don't think there's a control click. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit the button again. There we go. 122 lunar fortunes. And we can stack these on top of the ones we already had farmed during the event. We're at 207 of them. And I can just use these, get them out of my inventory. We're already maxed in the title, so. Okay, on to farming. So right now, it looks like it's still Luxon. So we're going to be getting Lux Infection while we do this. It won't be as efficient, because I'm not in a Luxon guild, I'm in a Kurzik guild. But it's fine. So what I've been doing over this holiday is getting Jadeite shards. So I'm going to get the elite Luxon armor. And that will be this set. So the cold damage set is going to be the Luxon armor. I thought that would be nice and thematic.
This is my safe path. This is may fortune favor you.
Yep, pretty good holiday. We got the lucky title all the way to rank 5. I'm at 1.2 mil, so we're almost halfway to max lucky, which is, this is exactly where I wanted to be for this. The unlucky title, I didn't get to rank 5. I was kind of hoping I would, but we're 2k off, so I think I have enough lock picks to actually potentially go and get that to max. So I might go and do that with the lock picks. I need to check, though, the double week, because it might be worth saving all my lockpicks for a double week and then using them then instead. Yeah, right now we're just focused on farming Lux Infection and the lunar tokens. I want to farm as many of these before the event shuts down. Which I need to figure out what time it shuts down.
I know may fortune favor you.
I think it's today. It's in like an hour or something. I think the NPCs stay around, though, for you to exchange for like 7 days or so, so. My bank is completely wasted though. We had 300k and we spent it all on getting the lucky title. We're down to 7 platinum.
Safe travels on your journey.
Yeah, just gonna be a lot of farming. Especially while there's favor on. I was farming last night without favor here, and I was actually getting more golds when there was no favor versus when there was, which was weird.
Good luck on your quest.
Let's see, we got 40 minutes, which perfectly lines up with when it's going to be 12 PST, so I think that's when it'll end, so we'll just farm until this favor's done. And there's the ads. Haley New. Thank you for the 11 months. Oh my god, it's almost been a year. That's crazy. My character almost a year old then. Oh, yeah, it is. It's 11 months old. I'm good. How have you been?
This is my. I know. Go well, adventurer.
I've been pretty much AFK all week, just getting lucky and unlucky points. Ate 3 plates of pasta with seafood, yum. Oh, you hit rank 2 survivor on your new warrior? That's awesome. Are you farming Kilroy for survivor, or are you doing something else?
This is my shrine. I know. Good journey to you.
You were just playing the game. Well, that's pretty impressive. Where are you at in the game now? Like, how far have you made it in? You did 10 Nolani Academy runs. Interesting. So you just keep rerunning Nolani Academy for XP? Oh, I see. So you've beat Prophecies and now you're just going for the hard mode runs? You're in Eye of the North doing random quests. Yeah, that's good. You get the PvE skills. Very OP. Oh, Pumpkin, don't do that. Cat just moved the microphone very far away. What do you have to say for yourself, Pumpkin?
This is my. I know the. May the gods. This fair. I know the safe passage, hero.
You know the skill that'll help you with char farming? Are you talking about Eben Vanguard Sniper? You can one-shot the char. The 25% chance. Though I'm still convinced, like, I do not believe the percentages on Ebon Vanguard Sniper. They do not seem accurate at all. Award ability that makes char take more damage. Oh yeah, no, that's a good one too. I forget what it's called. It's I think I have it right here, right? Yeah, Ebon Vanguard. Or Ebon Battle Standard of Honor. It's a mouthful. Pumpkin, what are you doing? You need more DPS. What builds have you been running?
This is my. I know that. May your travels be swift.
Is this warrior Melandrus? Like, is this one that has Melandrus? Okay, well, you have some ways to make money then. You can sell runes and stuff. You just need to find... I'm trying to think of a safe warrior rune farm. The ones I can think of aren't exactly what I would call safe. Let's see what this is. Dolyak and Defy Pain. Yeah, with Cyclone and Whirling. Yeah, that makes sense.
This is my. I know. Safe passage, hero.
Definitely a safer build. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't even bother taking a pet if you're not going to put any points into Beast Mastery. It's not worth it. Aside from having niche uses for, like, skipping things, like if you're using Ebon Escape or something, it's just not worth it. This one went a little rough. I might die here. I lived. We're okay. Ritlock will take care of them. Maybe he'll take care of them. He's taking a sweet time. There we go.
This is my. I know the. Good journey to you.
Well, that's weird. What just happened to my keys? The Q and E just got reversed. And, like, my Q and E used to do the turning, and the A and D used to do strafing. I don't know what just happened to the controls. Movement. Okay, there we go. That was concerning. Since this run was scuffed, let's go try to get the boss. I lost some of the dragon mosses. I'm probably gonna die here. Yep. You need all of the dragon mosses to kill the boss.
This is my shrine. May fortune favor you.
I should try one time to work these wardens into this as well. Just for the extra kills.
This is my. I know. May the gods watch over you.
I think I change this to Storm Chaser for energy. And I can change this to Deadly Paradox. See if I got a piercing shield yet. Nope. Nope.
This is my. I know the safe travels on your journey.
And nope. Unfortunate. I've been hoping for a armor 10 versus piercing shield. Even an armor 9 versus piercing would be good. And also a I want to have a bow of the necromancer attachment, because I don't have one yet. And it would be nice to have it be a bow. The new balance patches, I definitely want to have a good bow set up, because it seems like they might buff bow skills if we're in luck.
This is my. I know. May peace be with you.
Gonna go now for this. think I got all of them on me. It still wasn't enough. I wonder if some of them aren't hitting me because of line of sight. Come on. Oh. Let's see if he drops something when he dies. No, he doesn't.
This is my shrine. I know that. Go with my blessing. This is my shrine. Travel safely, friend. This is my I know. Go with my blessing.
Oh. Yeah. I've been AFKing in 9 rings, so it's put me in offline mode. I just have to reconnect. I always forget that that's a thing. It does disconnect you from the friends list after a while. Oops. Do that in a sec. Oh, come on. Getting entered does that every time. Okay, give me 1 sec. Let me just hide this. Look at the black screen for a second. And now we can unhide it.
This is my I know. Walk in safety.
Yeah, that's happened multiple times over the Lunar New Year. It just disconnects you from the friends list. Still lets you play, weirdly. I guess the session just... The friends list is constantly checking it, and when you're in game, it doesn't care. I guess I did not have this character on my friends list. Fitting that I add this one, considering this is the one that you've gotten the furthest.
This is my shrine. I know that. Be safe out there.
Oh, Lengthen's bleeding. This is actually not a bad bow. Minus the Rec 11. Oh, you made a separate account when Doom was added. Nice. Yeah, I'm probably going to do a Melandra's Accord account. I basically wanted to wait, like, I don't know, like a month before I did it because 2 weeks, they have a community Discord and they took a bunch of feedback of the updates and everything, and I linked them all the solo stuff, and they looked at it at least, so part of me is like, if they make a solo mode, I'm going to want to do that, and I don't want to make a Melandra's Accord account and then having to remake it on a solo character, and it would just be a nightmare. Made this account when Doom is added. I'm also going to wait. They keep dropping updates. I can't keep up. Yeah, no, it's not like they're small updates either. These like new game modes are pretty big.
This is my shrine. I know. Good journey to you.
Getting lots of golds with this favor. This is nothing like it was last night. You usually get 1 to 3 lunar tokens per run. I did have a run yesterday where I got a lunar token from every mob, which was awesome. Oh yeah, speaking of awesome, the feature I made for Toolbox was actually released way back. So we have the drop tracker now. Hey Kazu. So yeah, you can see the drop tracker in the latest version of Toolbox now. I am good. How have you been, Kazu? Yep, I do also have another new feature in the it's in the dev version of Toolbox right now. Not something most people will care about, but if I open the settings here real quick, well, these die. And the text-to-speech options. It's not in here because I'm not on the dev client, but there's a new option for a self-hosted text-to-speech AI model now, which is pretty cool. It's a small little project. Because, yeah, those models are very, very expensive to pay for yourself. And Toolbox is actually paying for one themselves. But the self-hosted one that I found, if you have a spare GPU and computer lying around, is actually a really good option. So,
May the gods watch over you.
Legendary Survivor plus Luxon / Kurzik plus Wisdom Advancement seems okay farm. Yeah, no, it's a very, very good way to progress this account. And it's especially good right now because normally this is not Luxon. This is normally a Kurzik outpost. But for some reason, I don't really know the intricacies of, like, you know, the bots that run the system and when they flip them, but it's Luxon right now, and there's not really another good Luxon farm for solo that's on the same level of this. Oh yeah, grid mode. One day. Oh. We have a long load. This happens sometimes with the Toolbox. It's a recent bug. I think it has to do with party search. I can go turn off party search. I actually can go do that anyways because I don't use it. Please get the aggro. Okay, there we go. Now where is it in here? It's got to be part of this. Maybe it's not. Oh well, I mean, I'm not real worried about it. Oh, it's based on the overall win-loss ratio. That makes sense if it's because of alliance battles. Because a lot of people have been playing alliance battles recently. Like, it's been full of people, not bots. Also, I got stuck for a while. Band of Brothers. The Band of Brothers quest is so hard. It was one of the harder things to do solo as well. It's a really annoying quest. Because I was getting into COF and the mission instance, yep. I didn't know what instance was the correct one since I never did it before. Yep. Hey Noxon, how's it going? And you can see them under the drop tracker. If I move it a little bit. So we're at 1.1 million and some change for Kurzik, and we have rank 1 Luxon now. And I did say this earlier, but since people weren't here, the Luxon, I'm actually obviously not in a Luxon guild. You know this, Noxon, because you are in the guild. But what I'm doing is I'm donating for shards, the Jadeite shards. So if I open my storage, you'll see I have 12 of them already, and I'm going to get the elite armor with those. Just a fun little side task while this is Luxon. Not super optimal with the amount of faction, but it's something I wanted to do anyways, so.
This is my I know. May fortune favor you.
Oh yeah, look, this is I actually never cleared this after all of the stuff I've been doing. Yep, I finished up on Lucky and Unlucky as much as I could. I'm out of money now. I actually did run out after I sold everything, but I'm very close to rank 5 Unlucky. And then I got we're at rank 5 Lucky in 1.2 million, so we're about halfway.
This is my I know. May the gods watch over you.
But yeah, no, I forgot to reset the drop tracker before I started, so you can see where people were just losing all kinds of stuff. Although there's lunar tokens in here as well, I guess, but there's festival tickets in here too, where people, while I was AFK, were losing tickets because they filled their inventory too much. I should clear this though and start fresh. Yep, I ID all items. At the beginning of the game, it's not really worth IDing white items, but if you're in any part of the game where you're fighting level 20 stuff, it's worth doing. So, like, this one, I don't really know. I guess we can just go and look real quick. We'll just go to a merchant and look. It's big enough to clear out anyways. How much faction do I have? Is it time to donate yet? Oh yeah, we can go donate it as well. But yeah, so if we go look at this water wand, for example.
Welcome to our sacred forest.
And it doesn't always apply to everything, but it applies to most things. Close toolbox. So it sells right now for 51 gold. And then if I ID it, it's 65 gold. So that was a more than 10 gold increase for one charge of the identification kit, which is cheap. Which I'm going to run out of. Or not, because I already ID'd stuff. Buy another one though, just to keep it ready. Is there a way to have the drop tracker reevaluate the gold value then? It is currently tracking un-ID'd. No. Yeah, the drops, it is tracking the actual drops, and there's no way to have it track your inventory at the same time. Like, that would just be a separate thing. In the ID, like, the amount of gold that you gain when you ID something, it's not static. It's different every item. Garbage shield. I don't need a hammer. Garbage shield. Garbage shield. Yeah, I mean, you could put like a guess of like, oh, on average, this is going to gain you 20%. It pretty much just like something like what you're talking about needs a bigger feature. This is the good bow I got. I already have a barbed string though, I think, so I don't really need it. I'll just sell it. Oh, we gotta turn in our faction. That way we can get the last 20 minutes of this farming. We're at 207. I would like to get to 250. And each one of these is 3, so if we need 43 times 3, whatever that is, 120 something. Let's get our Jadeite shards and throw those in the pile. But yeah, I am considering making improvements to the drop tracker. I don't know how much can actually be done and how much toolbox devs would be okay with, because obviously right now it has a purpose of, you know, just tracking the drops, and that's just kind of what it is. But if I start turning it into something else, they might not be okay with it. Something simple that could be done, potentially. I'm assuming that there's a way to read the amount of gold that there is, but a gold per hour tracker, just like a static one that looks at this, would be good. Even if it doesn't really have awareness of like what you're doing, like obviously you could just withdraw gold over and over and it would cause it to go up. But I think that, you know, if you just set it up in a way where people, if they want to use it the right way, they can. That might be helpful. Just like a little window widget like the timer. It just shows you the amount of gold per hour on average you've been making.
This is my I know travel safely, friend.
Also, that was bold of you to salvage the tactics rune out of that. I guess it's on your Melandre's character, but yeah, that's pretty funny to throw away the Prodigy. I guess the Prodigy really, on a Melandre's character that's not Mesmer, is worthless. It's not worth anything, so. Oh, it's not Melandre's pure warrior. Oh, yeah, that does hurt a little bit though. But yeah, it's gonna be a while till you have a perfect salvage kit. Yeah, it does.
This is my I know safe passage, hero.
Wait, are Prodigies 3.5k now? Are they really that low? That's crazy. Before Reforge, I was selling Prodigy runes for 20k a piece. The fact that they're 3k now, it's a really good thing, don't get me wrong. It means a lot of people are playing the game and farming. But lord, that's a crazy price drop. Ooh, a Morningstar axe. Oh wait, hold on, I can use this one up. Oh, it's bad.
This is my I know safe passage, hero.
Up Vickers down to 27k buy, 19k sell. Yeah, that's sad. But yeah, again, it's also a good thing. It means a lot of people are playing the game. Back when the game was very busy, like back post Nightfall release, I think Sub Vigor was like 20k. So that's a very healthy healthy number to be around.
This is my I travel safely, friend.
Lots of people online. Oh, look at that. Serial's doing Gyala on his new Sin. I do not envy that. I don't know if we're going to have enough time to get the 250, but we're going to get close. We have 10 minutes left.
This is my I know the blood. May your travels be swift.
But I'm still not even sure if these are actually going to help at all. They're kind of a weird personal consumable because it doesn't give the same effect every time. It's like a 10% chance to get the one that I want, which is +1 attribute. Which means we only have 20 +1 attribute uses in here on average, right? But it is RNG too, so it's just like... But I wanted to grab these because I want to start preparing all the materials to do like a full clear of Underworld and Fissure of Woe solo. And I think that these are perfect for that kind of thing. Wolfo should be rather easy. Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. It's mostly just down to, you know, figuring out the build. It's not something I've ever done before, but I know it's possible because I've seen it done. So I just need to figure out, you know, what routes are going to be taken.
This is my I know. Good luck on your
What skills do I need? Is there anything I can change up? Yeah, there's some RNG to it. There's also a question up in the air as well, because with us getting balance changes, I didn't post it in my update on that thread that they were reviewing, but I kind of hope somebody else post. They were talking about buffing traps again to bring back the trapper niche, and I agree with that. That would be so much fun if I could run a trapper build to do some of these dungeons. Because you can run trappers now, but it's just not good.
This is my I know. Fare thee well.
At least not compared to Shadow Form and stuff. There's just no reason to run a trapper over running Whirling Defense. That is one thing I also haven't mentioned that I do hope we see. Obviously, the changes they made already were kind of like... They weren't really PvP or PvE focused, it was just kind of both. I hope that in future updates they kind of focus on one at a time, so they'll do a batch of PvE updates, a batch of PvP updates, etc. When it comes to most ranger builds for farming, do the majority of them require PvE only skills? I wouldn't say they require it, necessarily. You could actually do things without them. It's just a lot easier with them.
This is my I know the fare thee well.
Like, I could take the PvE skills off of my bar, and this farm still works. This just makes the farm easier. Or a little bit faster. It's actually a thing that not a lot of people realize, like, the meta builds that you see on PVX and stuff, I still think they're really bad. I think that the PVX wiki is horrible. Oh my god! Oh, I forgot to cast Shroud because I was talking. But anyways, I think they're really bad for a lot of the community because people think that that's the only way you can do things, and it definitely is not. It just is the fast way. Hi, is this a good Kurzik rank farm if you're finished all the vanquishes? If you're playing solo, it is. If you're not playing solo, no, it's not. There's better non-solo farms. I mean, this is an okay thing to do if you need to get golds and stuff during favor, but I wouldn't say that this is like, if you're playing non-solo, something you should go for out of your way to do. It takes longer than the all other methods. There's a vanquish you can rerun over and over. I think it's called, is it SOOC or something like that? Or it might be MTSQ, I forget what the name of it is. It's been so long since I've done any of them. But just rerunning those vanquishes is way more. MQSC, that's it. I mixed them up, I think. But yeah, I wouldn't really recommend this farm unless you're playing a solo character. Because solo characters, there is no other option. Vanquishing is way slower because you can't kill things as fast. Trying to see what farms you could do with Now's rules set. When it comes to skills, I don't use him and my main inspiration for wanting to do such a wild solo run to see how long I can hold my DC while I may. Yeah, no. Like I said, like I won't use these skills here. I think I used Evan Escape before to get to here, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, look, just this whirling build. Perfectly fine. It just takes a few seconds longer. We're still under 60 seconds. But I'll do a full run. I won't use either of these. You actually can take if the game doesn't freeze. You can actually take, what is it called? You could take either Winnowing or Edge of Extinction here. Winnowing's probably better, I think, because Edge of Extinction, like, you kill all these at the same time anyways. There's no real need to spike anything down. And then, I guess for the other skill, I don't really know what you would take here. You don't really need anything. You could take, what's the Shadow Arts skill? Heart of Shadow, maybe? So this could be a non-PvE version of this you could run. And then instead of jumping to the priest, you jump away from the priest. Again, this version, what you do is you pull these back. Same kind of pattern. I always like to go to here. This little divot in the ground. They ball up pretty well when you do that. Recast this, put that on, and then start casting Winnowing. But yeah, as you can see, it doesn't really affect much. Minus 50%, it's going to do more damage. There you go. Just a few more minutes. We have 2 minutes left. Oops. I'm so used to jumping to the priest, I just jumped the wrong way.
May fortune favor you.
Yeah. If you're playing with Now's rule set, there's plenty of builds you can run without PvE skills. Even the, I think the Scree farm that I do as well, you can run that without PvE skills too, I think. The only thing that helps there is the Dwarven stance that makes Whirling Defense last longer, and it's not necessary. Where you're gonna probably struggle would be if you're trying to farm stuff like Underworld and Foe. If you're not using cons at all, you're not using P-cons or con sets, your bar is going to be very limited, and you might only be able to farm certain parts at a time. But again, it's probably possible. Keep in mind that I did a trial run of Fissure of Woe with a pet build. Like, I took Heala's 1 and a pet build, and I was able to clear all the way up to the unlocking the armor. It just took 2 hours. Yeah, they kind of pull a little differently every time because the spawns are different. But I find if I go to that little hole every time, they're balled up nicely, so. Because sometimes if you only like bring them to like here, or like here, it doesn't fully get it. But if you bring them all the way back here to this hole, it really balls them up. And it takes an extra second or whatever, so it's not a big deal. I probably could also precast Winnowing with a new range. Does this have a new range? I don't know if it does. I don't think it was included. But you probably could precast it over here. You might need a few points. I don't know if it lasts long enough. And this is the last run. Oops.
This is my. I know. May the gods watch over you.
So we got 110 lunar tokens. Pretty close. I think we're going to be very close to a full stack of the fortunes. And we got us another Jadeite shard doing this too. Alright, there we go. We didn't actually get any from that one. I think we were kind of over the limit there. But we are officially done with New Year's farming. So let's go turn all this in real quick. And I'm going to take a quick AFK. I need to go grab our groceries that just got here. Yep, look, all the event stuff's gone. So sad. I wish this event ran a bit longer. It would be nice if you could do this for a little bit more. Yep.
Come.
We ended up with
May your travels be
243.
swift.
Not bad. And we need to head to the merchant. Yeah, I'll be right back 1 second. Just gonna grab the groceries and I will return. Where's my text thing? Up. Now it's visible. I've returned. You ever figure out a safer way to get that Norn bow you went for earlier in your run? Not really any safe way. There probably is a bit of a safer way, I'm guessing. You would have to probably play through more of Prophecies first before you go get it. Mostly, at the time that I got it, I just didn't have a lot of skills unlocked.
Goodbye and take
But
care.
if you
Honorable student, welcome to
if
this
you went
place
up
of
to, like, say the desert first before getting that, and you got, I guess you don't get Spike Trap until Ring of Fire, so maybe not. Basically, once you get the Dust Trap and have Flame Trap and Barb Trap, it should be enough. Okay. These are both garbage. I love the Gothic Axe skin. Yeah, see? 8 versus Blunt. Not really worth keeping. Still no piercing shield.
Farewell, traveler.
And we'll salvage all of our dragon roots, because it's plant fiber, and this should restore our money a bit.
Rare treasures from the sacred archives. Be safe out there.
The max shield for piercing is for the Destroyer farm. It's not 100% needed, but I can show you in a second. We'll go and do a run of it just to show it off. The good news is now that the event's over, I can actually bring my inventory back. Is there a boss I could farm? Maybe. I don't know if there's a specific boss with a piercing shield drop. I haven't really looked at the green shields. Mostly because maybe I naively, but I figured I would eventually get one from doing Dragon Moss. Because keep in mind that I've just done a ton of Dragon Moss. Wait, did we end up with exactly 5? Oh no, it's 5,600. We need to go turn that in. But I just figured I would get a piercing shield from Dragon Moss farming. But that's not happened yet, so.
Greetings, adventurer. Jadit is used to may your path be clear.
Up to 15 shards. There's a lot of gold armor farms. The Scree one's a good one. It's kind of dangerous, though. That's the only thing I would say if you're trying to play on a Doom's character. That one's a little dangerous. Honestly, for armors, you can kind of farm anything. Stone Summit can be farmed. You can farm the Avarices outside of Drox. You could farm the Trolls outside of Drox, I think, too. One of the places I got most of my superior runes that I have now was the Nightfall mission. We're going over there anyways, I'll just show it. Oh, trolls don't drop armor. I couldn't remember if it was them or the... There's the cave trolls and then there's the giants that throw things at you. But Consulate Docks, that's where I got most of my superior runes. And not in hard mode. It's just normal mode. Yeah, we're going up to P-Hark, I think? Yeah. Yeah. Which, speaking of random drops that I got while I was doing this. Oh yeah, just FYI, I have 35 Celestial Summoning Stones and crates of fireworks. These are useless for me, so I'm gonna save these. I had the thought, you know, when I complete my GWAM, I'll have a bunch of fireworks to set off. But the Celestial Stones will be nice. Let's fix my inventory before I do this too. I also have the Lion's Mask. It looks completely ridiculous. But yeah, I got this shield. Armor 10 versus Ogres. Not actually sure if it's useful. I think there's some mobs at the beginning of factions. Like in the Factions Island area that are considered ogres. So maybe for hard mode there, this might be useful. Where was my stuff? Well, I should put these away too. Here we go. Yeah, you can see I've been destroyer core farming. I'll go show that off here in a sec too. We're at 75. I think we need 150 or something like that. Lockpicks. I should put the short bow on somewhere. Maybe here, actually. I don't really need the daggers. Going for arm? You mean arm braces? Or are you talking about GWAM? Or did I say going for arm? Apologies, I'm eating an applesauce. Oh yeah, the gloves. Right. Yeah, I'm going for the gloves. That's the only thing you can really get with these, right? I don't think there was anything else. Actually, I want this flat bow. I don't really care about the energy one. My double vamp bow. It's probably one of the better things on this account. An OS double vamp bow. Hello, Cody. G offer Painbringer, a boss who can be found in Boris Seabed Explorer area, has a piercing shield. Nice. Well, thank you now for the raid. How was your stream? I didn't see you were streaming this morning when I looked. Must have missed it. What are you up to now? The expertise switch. I think this is mostly everything. Oh, I do have the Spear of Enchanting. I meant to replace my Totem Axe with this. Didn't go well. Minus 60 Sag. Were you doing one of the dungeons? Were you on floor 3 finally? A Thandrax. Yeah, nice. Well, stat you didn't get it, but it's only a matter of time, let's be honest. And we'll grab one of these stacks for the death penalty clearing. And let's just refill the cupcakes. Okay. And we'll switch the build. I've never tried this in hard mode, so we'll try it in hard mode. I don't know if it actually works in hard mode. Where is the build? Oh, here it is. Didn't expect going that far today, but was still so close to getting it done. How long did you spend in the dungeon? Like, how long was the attempt? Alright. So let's see if this farm works in hard mode. 7 to 8 hours, wow. That's a crazy length for an attempt. Oh, I forgot something. I actually need to go back. Oh, I'm just showing off some of the farms the account has right now. So I've done the Scree farm a ton in normal mode, but never in hard mode. So just gonna see what it looks like. Is Destroyer farm doable without the pecons, or do they just make it more comfortable? I don't think I was using any pecons when I was doing the Destroyer farm. But yeah, I'll load up the build and we'll see here in a sec. Oh, yeah. So what I need for this farm actually is the only thing that I have that requires you to do a swap. So I need my armor swaps. You need to do a Beastmaster swap for Edge of Extinction.
Go with my blessing.
Yeah, this farm's pretty straightforward. You need a quest to do this. Peter has a video on it. If you just search Peter Kadar Scree farm, you'll find it. This is a modification of that build. He uses heroes to do it, but you don't need heroes to do it. And this is the build I came up with that lets me do it without heroes. I normally, like I said, was doing this in normal mode. Oops. So now we do our Beastmaster swap. You get the additional duration of Edge of Extinction. Swap back to your expertise swap. Oops. Very out of practice on this farm. I've been farming faction for so long. Yeah, you just cast all your block enchants, aggro everything. Use these skills to kind of gap close away from them, and then you want to bring them up over here. Make sure you keep your enchants up. Teleport in onto the boss, and then use whirling. And it's this simple. Hopefully we don't die. Try to keep heals up if we're about to die. And then you pick up the loot. But yeah, like I said, this is a very risky farm. This is much more risky than some of the other farms that exist. And I don't think you could do this in normal mode without PvE skills. Unless you just run a completely different build. Because you need to keep escape up all the time. And I don't think there's a way you could do this without that. Maybe if you replaced Heart of Shadow or something. But yeah, as you can see here, you never can fully kill everything. I probably could ball these better, but it's just not worth doing. But there's some really cool shields you can get here, and they also drop runes. Thank you, Apex, for the 6 months. But yeah, this is where the coolest shield drops, the skins are, in my opinion. This is where I got my Diamond Aegis. So I have plus 10 versus Earth and health 45 when enchanted, and it's Rec 9. The Vabian Defender also looks very cool.
Welcome to Vabi, land of
Yeah, that's that farm. Pretty straightforward.
May the gods watch
Let's
over
go to the Destroyer farm. So, do you need the piercing mod? The piercing mod would help with this farm as well. So, it would have made this a lot, like I would take a lot less damage here. But I don't have a piercing mod right now, so obviously I'm just doing this without it. That's why I'm saying it's a little bit more risky, so. I'll have to go check out that green boss that was in the chat. What was it? Geoff or Painbringer. So the Destroyer farm, we actually need to go Central Transfer Chamber. This one is interesting. So this is a farm. You really, if you're going for Destroyer cores, you don't want to do this in hard mode. I think I have it saved. Maybe I didn't save it. It's gonna be unfortunate if I didn't save it. Maybe it was up. Nope, it's not that. You just double check through this list. I must not have saved the build. Well, let me go get the build that I was using, because I got it from somewhere. It was a modified version of builds that other people were running. Partly because I don't have the PvE skill that you use for this normally. But running this in normal mode, you don't really need to have the PvE skills. So, yeah, it normally uses Great Dwarf Armor. But I don't have that, obviously. But you don't need it, so it's fine. What you can do instead is just run any other assassin enchant, and it works fine. So I think I was bringing just this, just to kind of bide me through. But yeah, like I said, you run this in normal mode, and you don't want to run this in hard mode, because you're going for Destroyer cores, and they're not a gold drop, so you don't really benefit from being in hard mode. This is one of the farms I don't really like as much. There's a lot of waiting around for this. So you start off, the goal is to protect the baby dragon, right? You just have to stand right here, pretty much for 3 minutes. So we're going to be sitting here for 3 minutes waiting on the enemies to come in. And let me make sure... Okay, yeah, I'm on my expertise. The one thing you do need for this, you want to have full Blessed on your armor set. That will actually make a difference. And, of course, if you take Great Dwarf Armor, it makes it easier too. You probably don't need Mental Block here. You can likely live without it. Where Mental Block helps is more in hard mode. I think what happens is once everything aggroes onto us, we start taking 0 damage because of the amount of enchants we have, and then when we do take a little damage, where the piercing shield would have made a difference, instead we just use this feigned neutrality to heal back up. This also gives you the temporary plus 80 armor, which is really good. And because we're not attacking, the downside doesn't matter at all. I love the Sun Spear skin. I've been waiting a while to use this. Yep, you just sit here and wait. And then if you watch this guy's health, when he's about half health, you want to start casting. So like right there, you'll see he gets a bunch of these on him. Switch to the high set. Turn on Whirling Defense. And we can cast this. And cast this. And you can switch back to your shield set. And then, like I said, the only damage we take is the piercing damage from the bow attacks. Just recast Shadow Form as often as you can. Recast Storm Chaser when you need energy. And you just wait here. Yep, like I said, you could probably do this without the Azuran skill. I'll try it next run, we'll see how it goes. But keep in mind, I'm taking no damage from all the attacks. I probably don't even need this. This is just like a backup, I guess, if one of your enchantments goes down and you're not paying attention. Because that did happen to me sometimes. But at least in normal mode, you don't need this mental block at all. So the timer is going to come up to about 3 minutes 10 seconds, and then we have to follow a very specific set of instructions to get all of these balled up. Because this is the one part about normal mode that makes this harder. The run speed of these mobs is not great. If you use Storm Chaser and just run off, you will break aggro, and they'll just kill the baby dragon. So what you need to do is you need to walk backwards, and you need to do it very carefully. Okay, so we are past the time now. You can see we have all the aggro. We're going to get our energy back, and you just slowly start walking backwards up this hill. And just go all the way up the hill. Make sure you recast Shadow Form while you're doing this, and hit the edge. And then go backwards this way, towards this bridge. And I like to hug the right side of the bridge. This isn't always foolproof. You will end up with some situations where they run around, but you just kind of have to deal with it. So I'm recasting everything here. Heading towards the end of the bridge. See, some of them like to de-aggro, so you gotta be careful. And just walk backwards again. Into the ball. Recast this stuff first. Get your energy up, cast Feign, and then hit Whirling. And the ball wasn't entirely perfect there, but yeah, you can see we got our Destroyer cores. If you want to, if you have Legionnaire Summoning Stone, you can finish them off with Ritlock. This does give you the risk of like, oh, you need to move for the Spirit Rift, but this is usually how this goes. And then you can kind of just, if there's anything left, just resign. And that's all there is to this farm. It's just normal mode. If you ball them a bit better, it's good. I don't like messing with the balling on this map too much, because if you run at them, even if you're backwards, if you go too far forward past some of them, it will cause them to de-aggro. Like, they'll just completely separate. And it ends up just not being worth getting those extra few mobs. But yeah, this is not really a high value farm. This is more so just a specific farm you can run just for these Destroyer Gauntlets, and you need 250 of them. So yeah, we'll run it without mental block. And what would I run here instead? Let's see. Probably just another enchant, so this will make us take no damage. And you don't need anything else, I don't think. I don't know if there is Way the Master longer. It is. So we'll take Way the Master instead because it's longer. I don't think Whirling Defense can critical hit, so That does not matter at all. You're just doing this because Shadow Form gives you 5 damage reduction for each Assassin enchant. That's actually the only reason you need Shroud of Distress as well. You could get rid of Shroud if you wanted to and just take the hits. In fact, like, we can try that, taking that other enchant. So this should work in theory.
The Brotherhood of the Dragon.
Now the waiting game. Yeah, in hard mode. So I think you can farm the destroyers for their weapons in hard mode. So that might be something worth considering, but you 100% need to have Great Dwarf Armor, I think, to do that. At least for now. Keep in mind this is all for now, considering we're seeing balance changes. I don't know if maybe a Mark of Protection build would be possible, for example, here, but probably not, because I think Spirit Rift does like 150 damage or something like that. Yeah, this guy's low. Switch to our high energy set and cast all our enchants, and then use Storm Chaser to get our energy back. See, we're just taking 0 damage. This does mean you'll have to recast this more often, but not the end of the world. Yeah, as you can see though, this works fine without PvE skills. Destroyers also drop low Q shields in normal mode. Yeah, that's a good point as well. You could get a like Q8 shield, which would be awesome. I would love to have a Q8 shield on this character, but obviously, you know, it's just luck of the draw. That's pretty good luck to get it on your first run. Yeah, I don't think that this is very worth running in hard mode. It just doesn't seem like it's worth the amount that you have to put into it. Especially since the main point of this, like, everybody wants the gauntlets. That's the main point of this, right? So okay, we're at 3 minutes 10 seconds. We can now walk backwards. Just remember, when you're using no PvE skills, you do have to recast these more often. Stay on top of that. It's very easy to forget that you need to recast. And this build it's a lot less forgiving because you don't have Shroud if you're not taking Shroud. I would still take Shroud if I was running this, but, you know, I was just doing this for the memes. Yeah, you can see sometimes they, you get a straggler, but it's fine if you just ignore them. Then I'm going to walk back. I'm not going to cast this while walking back to these because they split sometimes because of it. So we'll we'll wait one full thing for the recast of Shadow Form, and then we'll kill everything off. There we go. And now we just do this. And as we kill those on the edge, we can move a bit. And you can see we're getting hit with Vengeful Weapon a lot here. And I'm going to recast Shadow Form here just to be a little safe, but... And there comes the Legionnaire to finish everything off. And yeah, don't worry too much. You don't actually have to pick up these things, so I'll pick these up and leave the Battle Axe. But keep in mind, even if you lose here, even when resigning, you always get the loot at the end of this. So, this Battle Axe we will get no matter what. But you technically don't have to pick up any of the loot. As long as you don't teleport out. But yeah, that's all that there is to this farm. Like I said, I would run Shroud instead, just because it's better in every way in this scenario. But outside of that, like, this is all you need for a non-PvE version. I'll just put that in the chat real quick if you want the build. And that is the Destroyer normal mode farm. We could save it too. Farming. Yeah, pretty simple farm. It's kind of a little bit more laid back because there's so much AFK time. It's a good thing to do in between other things. Where are my Destroyer cores? So we're at 77 now. I'm going to put these in the first tab just to have them there. You can just sell off all of this. I think this is all junk. An illusion wand is not bad, but we don't really need it. Yeah, I could be a Crippling Anguish gamer, but I'm not. Gonna be my new tagline. I am not a Mesmer.
Goodbye and take care.
How many runs is it likely to get enough for the gloves? Well, I've not really done the math on it, but I would say on average I usually have seen 1 to 3 Destroyer cores per run, and it's usually 1, so probably 200 and some runs. It's not exactly a fast thing to do. We could actually do like 10 runs if we wanted to real quick and get the stats on it, but it's not going to be enough. The problem is this is part of why I created the drop tracker, to be able to see, you know, how many you get over time. But we only got 2 when we were 2 in those last 2 runs, basically, and that's pretty much on par with what I've seen most of the time. You do get lucky sometimes, but yeah, it's probably still like 200 runs or so. Alright. I wanted to look. So what's the weekly bonus that's coming up next? So right now we are in faction support bonus. Next is Zacian vanquishing bonus. And then after that is the luck bonus. So not this coming week, but the week after, we get double lucky and unlucky points. And we're probably going to want to save our lockpicks for that. I was considering going and doing some chest runs real quick, but I think we probably, since it's 2 weeks away, we probably want to save these for that. One thing I did want to do, this might be a bit impromptu and maybe even impossible. We're gonna go check out Frostgate hard mode. So, for those not aware, we had the first balance patch recently. This is the first one in 14 years, by the way. And they changed Mark of Protection, and a lot of people are shouting about it because it's a really strong skill. Makes the mob very, very hard to kill. But I'm just wondering how bad it actually is if I go and try to kill something. I would not worry about that. They're not going to ruin the game. Nothing they've said at all has indicated that they're going to do things in a way that's going to ruin the game. Yeah, I've done no looking into this mission at all in hard mode. I don't know any of the skills. We're just going to blindly try to get to the bonus. Trying to think of what else I could take here. Probably run as one, actually. I think we're going to need the speed. And then we want to put on our Beast Mastery helmet. Alright, let's just see how this goes. Yeah, do not worry at all about them ruining the game. Both Izzy, 2 weeks the team, and SCW, who's like the only actual ArenaNet person who's doing it, have all said stuff that, at least for me, it makes me feel good that they're taking their time. Oh, the run speed on these is terrifying. Yep. It's what you want, though. So they're making fast changes, and that's a good thing, because what you don't want is them making changes like with 2 months of time in between. That would be bad if they were doing that. But what they're doing is they're quickly iterating on the game, and that's what you want to see. Yeah. So, yeah, Mark of Protection, I agree. It opens up theory crafting for farming a lot. I don't think it actually changes a whole lot, other than the builds that Monk can run, mostly. So instead of only being able to run 55 builds, where they normally would do this, because keep in mind, Mark of Protection in its current state is no different than running a 55 build with, what's it called? Okay, well, this is dangerous. Give me a second to get out of here. But yeah, it's no different than running a 55 build with Shielding Hands and Shield of Absorption. It's the exact same for the amount that you have to invest in terms of the amount of skills on your bar. You still have the same amount of skills on your bar to do the same thing. It just changes what HP level monks can run builds at. So it doesn't really change anything there for the farming mostly, but open up maybe some new farming builds in places where, you know, people are already not getting shattered is the main thing. But what it did do is it buffed the Dolyak Masters in all of Prophecies. And it's scaring a lot of people because they were already pretty strong and hard to kill, especially in solo. So it's something I wanted to check out. I want to see how hard they actually are to kill. Like, is it impossible to kill them? Yeah, and I would say there's two spots where it's worrisome, mostly. Vanquishes, I don't think it's actually that big of a deal, because most of the time in the Vanquish areas, you have enough space to, pull the Dolyak Masters around where it's not an issue. But the two places where I think it might be an issue are THK, because there isn't space or time to kill them fast enough, where you run into market protection. And then also in here, there's 4 of those Dolyak Masters for the bonus. And 4 of them together is kind of tough. But yeah, for regular gameplay, I honestly don't think it will be that big of a deal. What will happen is, instead of before where you didn't really need an enchant strip, now you just need one. And I think that's okay for normal play. I think it's perfectly fine to require you to take an enchant strip for a bonus where the main problem that they present you is an enchantment. There's nothing wrong with that. But solo, obviously, is a different matter. It's a little bit harder to bring an enchant strip on a build like this, but we're going to see how we do without it. The Heal is One build is actually holding up pretty well. The energy kind of sucks, but the energy always kind of sucked, so... And you'll notice I'm doing weapon swaps to keep the regen up. You starting any Vanquish progress? Now that the event is over, yes. So the plan is to probably do some easy Vanquishes, and then move on to some harder ones later. But yeah, we basically were locked into the event to get unlucky points. And now that we've gotten rank 5 lucky and almost rank 5 unlucky, we're going to be pretty locked in on starting to go for the titles. Yeah. The regular 55, it takes 3 skills to do, to make you invulnerable with the 55 build, and it takes 3 skills to make you invulnerable with the Mark Protection build. The difference is you don't need 55 health in all scenarios. What this does open up, previously, if there were areas that had lifesteal, like a lot of attackers with lifesteal, you actually could technically live through those. Because 55 builds against lifesteal don't work. I don't know off the top of my head one of those areas, but I think it opens up some builds without potentially being too powerful. Like I said, we're still gonna look. We're looking at it now, but not sure how impactful it's gonna be. Please go away. Yeah, expect to see some vanquishing soon. We're not going to do any today. I wanted to come and investigate this first, just to kind of get an idea. And we might complete this mission today if we get that bonus. Like, that'll be pretty crazy, so... Yeah, if you ever need a reason to make a solo character, like you're making a Melandris character and you have no gold, look at all the drops we get. Alright, let's see if we can actually get through these. Like I said, I've not looked at this at all. If I remember right, the one we have to worry about is the Axe Wielder. The Ice Golem I don't really care about. Ooh, the damage is high. Still doable, but yeah, the damage is a lot higher on these Stone Summit. This was my worry about pet builds going into hard mode, was the pet, at least as it is in this build right now, it just cannot tank enough damage. We could potentially balance out some of this with Symbiotic Bond or Life Bond or something like that. We do have room for that, potentially, in the build, but... Oh, I actually got hit by it. The pet is dire, yes. The Evo, I don't think it actually matters as much as people think it does. Honestly, going back to my previous play, I think dire was the wrong choice. I think having the extra HP on the pet would be 10 times better. At least with the current builds I'm running, like, the increased attack speed on the Beetle is nice with Great Dwarf Weapon, but you even don't need the Beetle, because the run speed on the Beetle is atrocious. And you see that when I send them in, they're just so slow. Yeah. I think that the change to Mark of Protection is a good change, like, at its core level. It opens up another avenue for monks, and it's worth testing to figure out if it's actually good or not. I think people are rightly a bit scared that it might make the Dolyak Masters too OP. But that's why I'm testing it. I wanted to test and see. Oh, it's so tempting to open these. But I need to save my lockpicks. Okay, so what we need to do here... Did I get LDOA first? Actually, no. So, one of the things when I made this account, I've always been going for GWAM, but I was going to go for talent titles. So this is all from scratch. There's no... Like, this is a fresh account with no account titles on it when I started. And I really, really dislike doing LDOA, so I was like, okay, if I'm going to go for account titles, then I'm not going to go for LDOA. So I skipped it. And it made the early game harder for me, obviously, because of that. I don't know what he has. Let's look at target info real quick. Where is it? I guess it's dropped out of my menu. Target info. Show in main window. And let's just show it. So he has... What's his elite? He has Plague Touch. This is going to be really annoying to kill him. We're going to have to make sure we always hit the Scavenger Strike at the right time. But it doesn't look too threatening. We'll focus the Axe Wielder first. Yeah, I did not get LDOA first. It would have made my life easier, obviously, because it's a free title. Solo. Like, there's just nothing that will stop you from getting LDOA solo. Okay, these are a joke. What the hell? Yeah, we got really lucky with the Great Dwarf weapon there. We just kept getting the knockdowns. But yeah, in hindsight, so for those not aware, if they release a solo checkbox, I'm probably going to restart this character. It's going to really hurt. We have a lot done on here, and I may continue playing this anyways on the side of doing another ranger. But if they release a official solo checkbox, I'm going to want to create a character that goes by the rules. So, if that comes up, we will be doing LDOA this time around. Just because you don't get account titles with Melandra's Accord, so at least for now, there's no reason not to do LDOA, because a GWAM solo is not going to be possible. At least theoretically not possible with the current balance of Cantha. Okay, we need to send the pet in, but he actually kind of needs to kill this guy. Okay, we have them longbow range. I don't like how he's running towards us, though. Okay, there we go. We're probably okay now. Oh, we're not okay. We need to be in longbow range. Actually, we're probably actually okay just because we have this heal. This heal, I need to echo it again, but heal is one of the strongest ranger skill in the game. This gives you and your pet 110 heal, and your pet does 21 life stealing damage. Keep in mind that's armor ignoring damage to the enemy on every hit. It's Grinth's aura for your pet, but it also heals both of you, and it frees a skill slot because you don't have to take the pet heal. For now, you get no account-wide titles at all. It does not turn them into character-specific ones. I hope they make that change. I really want them to make that change to where it makes it character-specific, because the titles, for those who's not familiar, used to be that way. You used to have no account-wide titles. They were all character-specific. And if they did that for Melandra's Accord characters, like, I would be close to restarting this on Melandra's Accord just for that change. Without a solo checkbox. But I am going to wait for the solo checkbox. At least like a month. I want to wait like a month and see if they're going to release any more game modes. One second, I'll look at chat in a minute. Do not want to die here. This is going surprisingly well. We may actually just beat this mission today. Oh, okay, well, I just flubbed the energy. Doesn't really matter, but... Okay. How come you are so open to ditching the progress made for a badge? I mean, it's just mostly personal. Like, I think if they go to the effort to release a solo mode, even though it is just a badge, I want to play that mode. Like, I want to be involved in that specifically, even if it is just like a formality, right? Like, you and I know that this character has followed all of those rules. Not the Melandra's Accord rules, which is something worth noting, which would be different from the next playthrough. because there's no selling to rune traders and stuff like that, making money on the account would be way harder. So it actually would be a bit tougher of a challenge than the one we're currently doing, but I'd be okay with that. Yeah, it is just a badge at the end of the day. That's why I said I might continue the character anyways, like this one, and finish it off in the background. Please. Oh, I might die here. Don't cripple me, don't cripple me. There's 2 axes in this group, this is bad. Okay, we're okay. Yeah, that's a lot rougher with 2 axes in the group. But, yeah, like I said, it's probably something that, like, to be fair, like, I don't think it's going to happen in the first place. The only hope that I have that it's going to happen is they looked at our wiki, and I know that they looked at the wiki after I had posted it for them. So maybe we see some of that end up in challenge modes, but yeah, like from a marketing and like game perspective, I don't think they gain many advantages from adding a mode that's solo, other than making, you know, people happy about it. I'm waiting till Narani before I start my real push. What's Narani? It makes sense to get Treasure Hunter, Wisdom, Lux, and Kurzik, and the like on MA. Yeah, no, I agree. I think they have an issue right now where Kurzik PvE skills on MA characters, you still have to get the Kurzik title separately to the MA character, and that's how you increase their power. And it's a bit weird to have it like that. Oh, Anniversary. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, Anniversary is a good time to start new solo characters. Maybe a little bit before Anniversary, actually, because you kind of want to have some missions beat and be able to go and beat missions for the Anniversary to get the Anniversary weapons and stuff. Solo GWAM in the background. Yeah, I mean, I know, it would be a lot to do 2 GWAMs, but I'd be okay with it. Like, it's nice to have stuff to do off-stream as well. I have this is a complete side note, I have a Necro that's solo, that's been pre-searing, that I've been doing off-stream. Because it's kind of a lot to sit here and talk every day. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I did not expect them to aggro like that. Don't cast on me. Yeah, this character has been streamed 100% except for off-stream farming, which is just, you know, boring stuff. Like, I'm just sitting there farming the Kurzik faction over and over for hours. But that's what I always wanted with this account and character, was to have like a resource I could point to and be like, yeah, here is a fully streamed from start to finish, every minute, for the most part, solo experience. You can watch like 400 hours or whatever of me clicking my skills. We have 2 axe guys here. This is gonna suck. Go, 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 go. Come on, Bingus. Get in there. Alright, we had a good aggro that time. Recast that early. And we're good here. Swap to our highest set to get our energy back. Yeah, it is tough. Like, there's been times over the past few months where I just haven't been able to stream, so I've not been playing this character right. And I wish I could do this full time. Like, this is my dream. If I could play this game full time, that would be the dream. And do development stuff on the side, of course. Alright, we have 2 axes again. And we're on a downhill this time, so this is probably a little bit easier because I think the ice golem will get stuck in longbow. Wait a few secs. There we go. Recast. The next axe. Oh, the pet killed a non-axe there. And this one, this is going to be difficult because we have to kill this guy, but we really don't want to be on this side again. We're going to get trapped. Okay. Now we run. I don't think we're going to make it in time. Pretty sure they pop out first. Which boss is this? We actually did make it. This is the Mesmer boss. This is going to be an annoying boss by itself with Ether Feast. The one downside to running pet builds, when you run into Mesmers, your pet just gets Ether Feasted over and over again. And if you're running a full pet build, there's not really a way to counter that other than to just interrupt them enough. I think we'll be fine with Great Dwarf Weapon, but yeah. Trying to consider what should I kill first. The Howler is irrelevant. The Scout could be annoying because it can cripple, but I think we can line of sight it here. So maybe we just send it in on the boss. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but it's whatever. It's just another thing to consider. Recast everything. Oh, we have empathy to deal with now. Oh, see, yeah, this is what I was worried about. We're getting good knockdowns. Very good knockdowns. Okay, we're good. Really good. Sorry about that, I'm back. And yeah, the Great Dwarf Weapon, not gonna lie, it kind of carries hard. But I mean, it's what you'd expect, right? Like, the knockdown. This is the part I'm really worried about here. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to the bonus because of this part. These Ettins are so strong. I'm pretty sure they were like almost one-hitting the pet in normal mode. I don't know how this is gonna go. I'm just waiting on energy now. Will you vanquish with Beastmaster build? Ads for me currently. Be right back. 3 minutes. Oh, great. We'll wait on the ads. Yeah, we're just waiting on the ads, people. So just give everybody a second. Let's see, when was that? I wish it timestamped the chat. Oh, it does over here. It's in the multi-chat though, and it's not showing the bot. When was the Great Dwarf weapon? That was 5:10, and we're at 13, so they should be good any minute. I think we are back, right? Are we back? Everybody good? The timer just reset, so I'm assuming it's good. I really hate ads. I wish I could turn them off, but you literally cannot turn them off when you're a Twitch partner or whatever. But yeah, as far as the discussion goes, will I be vanquishing with Beastmaster builds? Ads for me. Oh yeah, ads for me. But yeah, probably will try in some places. I don't know if Beastmaster is actually going to work in many places though. It'll probably just be the easier ones that it works. What I'm really interested in doing for a lot of them is I want to make Archer Signet work. So Archer Signet, for those not familiar, is probably one of my favorite skills in the game. And this is the build that I was running. You can't see it because I can't load it outside of here, but it's basically Archer Signet with a poison, a bleed, and a disease. Then you take the cripple, and then you just let everything kind of die. I'm going to have to make modifications to it to make it work, to basically come up with some kind of way to kill monks and stuff like that, but I want to try to make that build work too, as like a degen build. Signet of Infection, yep. Okay. We'll try to kill these Ettins now. Like I said, this could go very poorly. These, I'm pretty sure, we're one-hitting the pet in normal mode, so we're going to try to pull them back. And they don't get knocked down either, so I need to be very careful. Oh, the pet? Yeah, see, it's kind of iffy. And I'm taking aggro as well, which is really not great. This looks like it's going to be doable. But the pet's going to die, probably. Yeah. So that's going to be the problem with this section of this mission. We're pretty much going to have to wait in between Call of Protection casts, so... And we can spam res them, but we need to be super careful doing that, because then this happens. So yeah, we pretty much need to wait for Call of Protection. So this will be a slow section getting through the Ettins. Honestly, if they'd add +3 energy onto the top of Victory's Mine, and I get the Vanquish tool done, yeah, I think Victory's Mine does need something else. Like, it needs a little oomph on top of it, not just number buffs. I'd rather have more energy than adrenaline. I agree. I think part of the problem and why you want that though is also because adrenaline spending is so bad right now. Like, it's just complete adrenaline skills in general are just way undervalued over other things. And it's not even like because the skills numbers are bad themselves. It's because of the way that adrenaline just works at a fundamental level. It's just not good. Like, you have to build the adrenaline up, which means there's time to wait before you can actually do any damage to something, which completely ruins the flow of any kind of combat. You have to go in and do melee attacks, and keep in mind, none of the melee attacks have any benefit at all. Like Warrior, for example, the strength attribute, it doesn't give you armor pen and normal melee attacks. So when you're doing normal melee attacks, you're doing no DPS that whole time. Like, you're basically just doing negative DPS the whole time. And there's ways around it, but they're not warrior specific. It's like Strength of Honor you could take, which will help, right? It lets you do some armor ignoring damage on your regular attacks. But again, it's not a warrior skill, and then you have an enchantment to deal with, and it's not like you can take that on a solo warrior because you're already 2 pips of energy, and that's it, right? What the hell do these things have? These could be very scary too. Soul Leech? Okay, Soul Leech isn't bad, but I'm worried about their Shadow Strike. And Defile Flesh is going to make healing the pet hard. Yep. Yeah, that's kind of why, like, I see a lot of feedback in the community, right? And I understand where it's coming from, but it's really unwarranted. And people, they don't understand how development works as part of the problem. They don't understand how you make features and, you know, how games get developed. But what people need to understand is, like, the warrior change to the charging strike or whatever the hell it's called, the 5 energy does plus 90 damage now. It just sounds absurd, right? Because it's one of the highest damaging skills in the game. But changes like that for warrior are such a good thing. It's a good direction to take warrior, because warrior, it is a single target, mostly, like for the most part, damage class, and there's not really any benefit to doing that single target damage. You do have Cyclone Axe and Triple Chop, which are okay in some situations, right? But they don't do as much damage as the counterparts of other classes. Like, if you go to Dervish, I mean, Noxton, you know this, you run Warrior Dervish, you're doing more damage than you would if you ran Triple Chop. So when people get upset over, you know, Warrior getting very large single target numbers, it makes me laugh a little bit, because I'm just like, this is what they need. This is what they need to be doing to Warrior to kind of get it up in line with these AoE classes, or give it AoE, which is always an option, right? But then that kind of changes the identity of the class. And I think Warrior single target, as its like identity, is a good thing, because if you look at like the Hammer Warrior builds with 7 weapon stance, it's a really cool build that lets you spike down targets very, very fast. But yeah, I don't know. That's part of why I think they need to split the PvP changes up into other patches separate from the PvE ones, because I think people are getting a lot of wires mixed with, you know, all the PvP meta gets changed for these classes, and suddenly everything can spike. But yeah. Yeah, that's always been my point, though, is like, well, that's new. These Snow Ettins attack the Driders. Okay, we're learning something today, boys. This is important information. We might be able to abuse this. Who's gonna win? Wow. Snow Ettin actually won. Yep, I will give him that. That post was a lot better constructed than most of the other ones we've been seeing. I will say, though, the points that it boils down to are basically just a repeat of everything everybody else has already been saying, right? So, but the ideas behind it and, you know, going into some of the specific balance on the skills is perfectly fine, but yeah, at the end of the day, I think the solution to all of the problems right now is to split the PvP updates into separate updates completely, not do them at the same time, and then also to kind of get community feedback beforehand, right? Like before updates start getting made, and that's important, obviously. But yeah, like I said, his points are good, and he made them a lot more coherently than a lot of people have been making their points. But yeah, at the end of the day, those are the points that I think are obvious to everyone. Oops, so we gotta be careful here now. Be super careful getting close to these. It looks like they're not really a problem. And see the degen. That's scary. And now this is scary because we're low energy. I need 13 energy to cast this, and we need to wait. There we go. Yeah, so that was a big group, though, to be fair, so this is a little scary, but I think we're okay. But yeah, no, I think that a lot of people are being very negative towards 2 weeks and towards, what's his name? I keep wanting to call him, Izzy, but that's not it. Isaiah? Yeah, it's Isaiah. But they're trying to be very negative towards them, like, specifically being like, oh, these people, they don't know the game, they've not played the game in 14 years, blah, 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 blah. And I can tell you, as someone who has played the game for 20 years now, I've been playing on and off every year since it came out. I could not have told you that nerf to the warrior elite skill killed off some niche build that, you know, some people play to transfer days to an opponent. Like, at a surface level, that skill, it looked like a good change to me, because at a surface level it is a good change, and it's only in that very niche scenario that, you know, it doesn't make sense. And that's the kind of, like, attitude that I'm seeing towards them, and I'm just like, wow, you guys are wasting your time. You're gonna make them want to not update anything, and that's not good for us. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, of course. They 100% knew that there was going to be some backlash no matter what they did, right? It doesn't matter what they do to any updates. And the reason for that is because as some people, this is like Shade, and it's a perfectly valid opinion. Like, Shade's opinion is perfectly valid. He doesn't want the game to change. And that's okay. Like, it's okay to not want it to change. Give me 1 sec. I'm just going to turn on the AC. Sorry about that. Just realized the room was 85 degrees. Oh boy, time to do my 15k XP of Hamnet today. I do not envy you. I hate Hamnet so much. Alright, this is going to be the start of the sketchy part. We have all these sages to deal with, and the Dolyak Riders are. This is the start of them. It does look like we're getting some of the Ettins to fight. The Ettins are losing hard. Dude, it's going to be interesting to see if we can even kill these. But yeah, no. So back to the topic. Someone like Shade has a valid opinion, which is 100% okay to have, which is they don't want the game to change. So this is the game we've all played and loved for 20 years, and you don't want it to change so much that it becomes something else, right? But personally, from what I've seen from everything 2 weeks and Arena have both said, like what we've been seeing on the Reddit, they're not trying to change the game. They're not trying to get rid of the Mesmer meta. They're not trying to come in and completely change how you do everything. They're just trying to, you know, add more stuff to the game we already love. Kind of like they are doing with OSRS, right? So I think it'll just be beneficial to us in the long run. I'm waiting for New Year anniversary to start my post-push and shipping away at DCMA, LSOA. Yep. Yeah, no, anniversary is the time to do that. Okay, so I'm just going to send in on the monk and here, and we're going to see if the knockdowns... Keep in mind that the knockdowns don't apply to the Dolyak Rider, right? So we're probably going to have to kill off the sages first, actually, now that I think about it. And go from there. And just see if we can do enough damage. Do these only have empathy? Oh, look, they're running from him. He's not attacking anything. Okay, so he's attacking that guy now. Yeah, so marker protection, we do 2 damage. I don't know if that's positive damage or it looks like he's healing because of shielding hands now. Okay, the pet is dying as well. So the pet has Crippling Anguish on it. It's not going to live through that. Let's refocus. Pet's going to die a few times to get it back, but it's fine. How long does it take to get to Vastberg Armory? I heard you can get good gear for heroes there. I'm not sure. On a solo character? On a non-solo character, I don't think it would take long, but on a solo character, it takes a while because you don't get to the Kurzik side until after you've done the whole Luxon side. What are the key things to get for a solo ranger come anniversary? Well, for a solo ranger, during anniversary, you want to get the sword and you want to get the... Where is he going? What the fuck was the... Anybody else see that? The pet just walked away from me. Anyways, yeah, the key thing you want to get is the sword, and then you want to get Together as One. I will say, I've not used Together as One a whole lot during my solo play. It's mostly just been other stuff, but I do think that there probably is more room for me to use it, especially in missions like where you have to escort Togo, for example. Together as One is really strong in a mission like that, so it's something I need to investigate more. But you want to get both of those, or at the very least get your... You don't need to get Together as One, but you need to get the gem that lets you get it on your solo character before the anniversary is done. And with that in mind, before the anniversary, really what you want to do is get enough of the game unlocked to be able to get that. So you need 5? Is it 5? You need 1 mission from 5 areas to fully unlock one of those things. So to either get the stone for the skill or to get the sword. And no, he would not consider it legal. The new anniversary skills are considered PvE skills, so he wouldn't. If you're following those rules, then yeah, you don't need it. You could technically still get the sword. That would still be within his rules, I think, but together as one itself, you would not get. But that honestly makes it easier for you, because then you don't have to pre-do as much of the game. But I would say you want to have you probably want to have up to Sanctum K done, maybe even further. You might want to have up to the Shiver Peaks done to be able to get enough of the Proof of Triumph or whatever they're called to, or enough of the, the tokens to get the sword. And keep in mind, the sword is also not necessary at all to playing the game. Like, you don't really need it on a solo character, but it's the only time you can get it during the year. Okay, we're gonna go for another Sage this time. We're going to switch targets now, because I think that Sage got Mark of Protection on it. Yeah, see, we're not doing a lot of damage here, but keep in mind, I'm not sure if this build was enough to do this in the first place anyways, so... The Dolyak Rider is keeping the heals up. And keep in mind, there is diminished healing, so we could be stuck here doing this for a while. But I will say, the Crippling Anguish is hard to out-heal, with this build at least. What would really be ideal here is if we could pull the monk away from the sages. I think they have a longbow range. Are they attacking the wolf? Oh, they're attacking an Etten. Random Etten just showed up. Yeah, if we could separate, honestly, either of them and kill them, probably would work better. So maybe the goal here is first to pull back the sages, while we have the pet on ourselves. The risk I run is in doing this, if I'm not super careful, I will get CA'd, and that will be the end of this run. Where's the aggro range? They just fully split off. Would there be a better pet maybe for Solo Ranger, or most generally the same? Most are the same. The only exceptions that there are, really, if you're not getting the beetle, which I'm assuming if you're on a solo character, you're probably not going to get it at least for a while. So how I got my beetle was through doing the beetle racing, and that was the exception that I made. Basically, I didn't want to do the Zacian coin way, so I wanted to, actually involve myself in the beetle racing to get the beetle. And so you could do that to get the beetle, or you could use a Zacian coin, but I think the Zacian coin actually only works if you have the Menagerie unlocked, so it doesn't work for MA characters. So on an MA character, you pretty much have to do Zacian racing to get the beetle, if that's the way you want it. And whether or not that's against your rule set, I guess is up in the air, right? But I thought it was fair enough in the beetle racing. It's not really group content, you're kind of soloing yourself against everybody else. So it's not like going into PvP where you have teammates. You have no teammates in beetle racing, so that's the rules that I came up with, and I was happy with it. It was fun to do the beetle racing for the one event and get the beetle, so. But aside from the beetle, there's a few options you have. One would just be a plain pet, which is perfectly fine, I think. Like I said, I would probably run a hardy pet instead of a dire pet going forward. Like if I had picked and done all of normal mode again, That's probably what I would do. And then you also can get the Hounds of Balthazar, which are an option. And I think that's during the anniversary you can get those. But those do fire damage, so they're useful in the niches where, you know, fire damage is good. There is a way to get a boar as an unevolved warthog or whatever, and it does blunt damage. I don't really know if there's any benefit to that in any place, but it's just something that I saw on the wiki when I was looking through pets for the same reason. But yeah, other than those, there's not really any big difference between them. Like, all the pets are for the most part the same. The only pet you really don't want is the free-steering bear that has the skill that makes it take forever to cast. That's the only actual trash pet. Yeah, you can get the bear for prestige, obviously. You just kind of flex on everybody that you attack, you know, 10 times slower than everybody else, but yeah, other than that, it's just not necessary. Yeah, see, the amount of damage he's taking from empathy and CA. I think if I make him stop attacking, the empathy will make it so he can live, but... like, if I balance this line of not attacking, then you could do that, but the problem is for this, you need to keep the DPS up. So yeah, I can make the pet live and tank this, but with 3 CAs, we need to be attacking. That's not entirely true. I think there is a way you can get the bear solo. It's just very hard. It's already pretty hard not doing solo, but you have to abuse leash range like you do everything else. Yeah, if you pull the bear to leash range and then with the exact right timing, cast the capture, the bear will run away, like full speed away from you. Pet is now stuck. This is kind of a predicament. I'm probably gonna have to just let the pet die here. So he's casting empathy on me. Can he even cast CA on me? Because maybe I do just need to be in compass range for that. It's weird he's casting empathy on me from there, but not CA. Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure it is possible to do it that way. I seem to recall that being possible. What if happens if I now... I guess I have empathy on me is the problem. Yeah, see, the empathy is going to make this really annoying. I kind of want to step forward as well. Am I going to get CA'd when I step forward here? He's still not using it. Yeah, I've never personally tried it, but I think I remember seeing that. Does this guy just not cast CA? Like this specific one? Okay, so you have to... I think this is possible. Just going to take a lot of balancing. You have to get him to cast Mark of Protection on someone else. Now it's on himself, so we're just going to have to reset here. I think this is possible with this build. And keep in mind right now, I am running the worst, the absolute worst build you could be running to fight this group. Because I didn't even think about it. Like I said, I was just going in blind. I didn't think about the fact that Dolyak cannot be knocked down. I have no interrupt for him. I cannot interrupt his heals. So this is the... Other than the decent DPS, it is the absolute worst case scenario you can have for this situation. So what you need to do is you need to attack a Sage until the Dolyak Rider casts Mark of Protection on Sage, and then you switch targets. And I think we're going to have to do the same exact thing for the bonus one. So you'll have to attack the warriors and then switch target to the Dolyak when he's not got it, because he was taking tons of damage. I probably could have killed him in one go if I was paying attention enough. The only thing I'm not sure of here is, why am I not getting CA cast on me? That's interesting, because that would be killing me right here. Yeah, like I said, start with the Sage. Then when he casts Mark of Protection, we will switch targets. There's Mark of Protection. And he recasted on himself. Okay. Let's just reset. The empathy's killing... The timing on this with this build is tight, so... We just gotta be super careful here. Do you think Ranger can repeat everything Now's Mesmer has, or do you think the Solo Ranger will have its limits on what content it can clear? If you mean without PvE skills, I think it's possible to do most of what Now has had. I don't know about everything, but I think that it's likely possible to do most of it. And it also depends on if you use cons. I know Now doesn't use cons as well, so like there's that in the mix if you're not using cons, but yeah, I think it's possible to do everything with Ranger. I think it's probably also possible to do everything that Now's done, potentially with Ritualist as well, because Ritualist is super, super strong. Do they only cast CA on melee? Maybe. That might be true. I don't know if I want to test it, because it might ruin, this whole run, but that is an interesting theory. Maybe something for me to test when I can come back in with heroes or something. It would be nice if I could get these guys in a line of sight spot where they're not attacking me. I wonder... I'm going to do something super risky here. I'm going to get the pet healed up first before I do this, but I'm going to try to just run through. Okay, well, we can for sure ignore CA and just run through. At the very least, we can come down to the bonus. Yeah, I'm not sure if that actually is a known mechanic or not, so that's worth more investigating. But again, I'm not going to throw the whole run just to test that. So yeah, here's the main problem, since we just ignored that and solved that problem by just not having a melee weapon, I guess. The main problem is these Dolyak Riders are stuck to each other, and they're not only stuck to each other, but these are axe wielders here as well, so these are really, really high damage dealing warriors. It's going to make this very tough. We need to pull them all the way up to the top here. Guaranteed. Interestingly, the monks are not following us. But yeah, notice they're in groups of 2. This is probably going to make this impossible with this build. What is the spear for, by the way? Oh, it's just an enchanting spear. It's not anything special. Some interesting AI. Dolyak Rider is running away from the pet. I wonder if we could abuse this AI to get them to get stuck up here. We could probably get these guys melee stuck. If I'm very careful with the pet. Basically want them to run around to get the Dolyak Riders and then hook around the axe wielders right there. It's right here. Kinda wanted to pull it a little bit further. But yeah, see, with 3 axes on it, that just does not hold up. So we're gonna have to do some kind of trickery here to get them. That's the spot. We basically need to get them as close as we can to that spot as possible. Like this. This is perfect. Yeah, what we did there was we got to the end of the aggro range. We got one of them to run past the aggro range, and then we blocked them from moving, and then they just get stuck. So that's how you deal with at least the axe wielders. And then what we can do is pull these back again and try it again. And eventually, I think what we'll try to do is do the same with the Dolyaks, see if we can get one of them stuck to get them separated from each other. And we didn't get him quite that time. Should be able to pull him back though. We'll just keep crippling this one and keeping him more in range of us while the Dolyaks run back. And we got another one stuck. Very, very easy to deal with. You move like a dwarf. Makes it way simpler to do it. Oh, we gotta be super careful with Snow Eaten Patrol. I don't know where the Snow Eatens are coming from, but they seem to have a pretty wide patrol. Oh, he's just gonna run into the... Yeah, he's just dead. He's just gonna run straight into there. So yeah, we've now dealt with 2 of the Axe Riders. I kind of want to try to keep this last one available, but we might just kill him anyways and then just try to deal with the Dolyak Riders on their own. Because these have no damage, so it gives us a lot of time to try to manipulate them if it's just them we have to deal with. Did we get it enough? We did. Okay. So yeah, these are free now. Hey Peter, how's it going? We are testing the new Dolyak Riders in hard mode with their Mark of Protection buff in solo. Round shield. Piercing? Nope. Receive damage -5. I mean, we've just gotten here, so we don't know, but yeah, now that we cleared the axe wielders out of this group, we're going to try to pull one of these Dolyak Riders up enough. We're going to see if we can kind of get them on their own. Yeah, we want to get one of them as far up here as we can. Okay, so they pretty hard stop there. I don't think we're gonna be able to do any tricking with them with the range attacks. But let's just all out try to kill one of these. It's gonna cast Mark of Protection on itself. We're gonna watch for this one to cast Mark of Protection on it. Oh, that's a well, that's an interesting development. They're calling for their friends. We definitely don't want that to happen. Yeah. Get the damage buffs going. And yeah, they're calling for their friends again. Let's just pull this back. This is what we probably have to do here, is cripple the one and then pull them back. They run so fast though. Well, don't say it seems much worse now because of new Mark of Prot. With the current build that I have, this would have been bad without Mark of Prot being the way it is. Okay, so we got him to cast it. I wasn't really prepared this time, but I think the other one casts Mark of Prot as well. Oh, I'm doing 65 damage actually, so maybe not, but... Yeah, I do think that they're going to nerf it. I think it'll be nerfed, but I don't think it's going to be nerfed by much. And honestly, you know, looking at this, to get this bonus, that probably would be a good build, would be some kind of famine build with running Visage. That way you drain their energy if you get the monks all grouped up. Does Visage only activate on melee attack, or does that activate on both? Sniper support probably can, yeah. If I would have brought it. I was just mostly doing this as an experiment to see, like, this is like the end of stream fun thing. Could I get here at all with a pet build? Because I've never tried doing this in hard mode before. And I wanted to see, you know, like, how bad this actually was. We were able to figure out a way to kill the warriors with them, which was progress, but... Yeah, I mean, if they want to change one of the Beastmaster Elite stat and enchant removal on hit, that would be insane. The only thing that concerns me, like, I would not be concerned at all here if this was not happening. Probably need to try to pull them this way. Like, I need them to come up slightly further. I do wonder too. So if I were to come down here, for example, if this guy runs up, is he gonna aggro on me and attack me from here instead? Let's find out. Oh, I'm aggroing the whole group. I gotta be careful of that. The axe wielders are going to destroy the pet. Their aggro range is different, so... Yeah, the event ended. That's why I'm ended up coming to do this, because I finished off the last of the farming that I could do. So we have... That's why we wait on those to de-aggro. 243 Lunar Fortunes on here. I wish the event would go longer. It would be nice to have more time to farm. Like, I wish that they would basically just extend the farming portion of the event for the 7 days that the NPC is available. That would be a great change. This is the spot right here. I think what I want to do here is attack both and get this one casting on itself. Yeah, see, it's still just, this pet build is not enough damage to hit through marker protection. Especially with, I have no interrupts against these guys, right? There's no knockdown at all, so both of these skills are useless. I am wondering, could I sit here for 10 minutes? and will diminish healing take effect and make this easy. It looks like we got this one at least far enough out to where it's not re-aggroing stuff, so... I wonder how much they're getting healed for. We can't see the heal. Yeah, we're going to try this for 10 minutes and see if we can get the diminished healing to trigger. And for those not familiar, so this is something Serial had discovered, I think. I don't know if anybody had discovered it before. But turns out that there is a mechanic in this game where, over time, the amount of healing that skills from mobs do gets lowered. We're unsure if it's a bug or a intended feature to kind of make it easier on people. But do these have 16 prop pairs? The wiki didn't say. So they might have 20. But the wiki doesn't specify either way. Like, it doesn't tell you at all. Yeah, in theory, with the diminished healing effect, where the healing does get worse over time the more that they sit here and heal themselves, we should be able to kill these. I think. To hear the musings of the roller beetle. The thing we do for Vanquish. Yeah, this is the thing that was being used by Serial for some of the vanquishing. We don't know exactly, so I don't think anybody actually knows how diminished healing works, just what effect it has, so I'm unsure if this is some like thing where the attributes are getting lowered over time, or if it's just there's some kind of static code in the AI of all healers, all enemy healers, that basically gives the player the benefit at the end of the day. So after a long enough time of beating your head against the wall, you eventually will catch up. The other thing here is I don't know if Mark of Protection is affected by diminished healing or not. So it might not be because it's not a direct heal necessarily, but even if it's not, there is downtime between them, and you can fight in that downtime. Even if it is only a little bit of downtime. But yeah, I don't think anybody actually knows on a feature level how the diminished healing actually works. But it's just a weird effect that has been noticed where it seems like the healing, direct healing, gets worse over time. The longer you sit here and attack something. It could be a bug. It could... I personally think it's an intended feature that they've built in as like a safeguard for noobs. That's like a noob protection of like, oh, you know, you've been sitting here fighting this monk forever, but you have no damage. Okay, eventually we'll give you an advantage. So you're not spending 2 hours on a fight. The other Dolyak is affected by diminished healing as well. Or it should be, in theory at least. And you can see, like, over time, aside from when marker protection is getting put up, I am doing decent damage into their health bar. So, and it's getting further and further. One other thing I could be doing here, this doesn't really prove it for non-PvE skill users or anything, but we got Ritlock here. He can help us hit, do a little bit more damage. We can't heal him is the only thing, so if he takes damage, he's going to be harder to deal with. Oh, interesting. With Ritlock. Well, here you go, everyone. With Ritlock. Seems like it's going to be a piece of cake. No, so, like, part of why I was wanting to do this was to figure out if it even needs nerfed at all. Yeah, look at that, boys. Ritlock OP. So, with the Summoning Stone at least, and this build that I'm running, you 100% can kill a Dolyak Rider through its marker protection. It's probably a combo. So diminished healing had definitely taken effect. You could see if you go back and look at the clip where the HP was getting lower and lower and lower every time I did it. Every time I was hitting it, we were getting a little bit further. But then Ritlock has just pushed it over the edge. It was just that it was hardly healing them. Like, look, like, see, they have marker protection on right now, and look, it's barely going up compared to before where the whole bar was being healed. And keep in mind, I'm also hitting the mob too with the auto attacks, so I'm healing the mob right now. If I stop attacking the mob, it's probably going to die. Yeah, see, look at its HP. It's barely going up when I'm not attacking. And then when it goes down, it gets spiked hard. Even if it's just for a second. What I could be doing too, I'm not even utilizing my Legionnaire the best. I could be putting Great Dwarf Weapon on the Legionnaire and onto the pet. Using our full combo. And we have an ad break. But yeah, I mean, we're just going to sit here and wait for the diminished healing to finish kicking in, and it should, in theory, cause the monk to die. Yep. So yeah, as you guys can see, we killed the 2 Dolyaks. It is possible to do this. Anyone saying not possible doesn't know what they're talking about. At least keep in mind this is within my rule set. Of course, now and everybody's got different rule sets. Doing this with no PvE skills would make a difference. Doing it with not a consumable, not having the Legionnaire would make a difference potentially as well. I think you probably would still be fine on Mesmer, because running this mission as Mesmer, you're gonna run Diversion. So have we been 3 minutes yet? When was that? It's annoying too because the multi-chat tracker that shows the timestamps doesn't show the timestamps for... I'm assuming we're past the 3 minutes, but yeah, it doesn't show the timestamps for when the ads are starting in the multi-chat. It only shows them in the Twitch chat, so... Yeah, Ritlock's gonna die, but it's fine. I don't really care what happens to him, and you would need to wait this 10 minutes anyways. What we're trying to do now is essentially do the same thing we did with the warriors before. We need to figure out the spot at which they stop aggro. It's right here. Come on. Attack me! Right here. We gotta be careful here, we don't die. No, we got around. We will repull. Yeah, at this point, even though this is a bit scuffed, we can complete this mission probably. I don't know about the end part, but it'll be interesting to see. Come on. We gotta be careful there. We gotta get them closer to the wall when we do this. It's right here. It was not far enough. Hopefully that's far enough. Okay. Nope. Not far enough. Maybe this. Okay, I think we got him. I hope we're able to beat this mission. This would be a very fun highlight reel. Post-patch, Arc Protection, solo, hard mode. Okay, right here. Oh, be careful. Was not enough. Gotta be super duper careful here we don't get killed. That was too far. And he got back. Come on. You just need to get the AI to follow me with an attack. And then we knock him down right at the apex of that. That is actually not helping here either because it's kind of in the way when we want to pull the attacker back. It's not far enough, but we're going to try. Yeah. I'm going to try to do this with a pet, see if it's a little bit easier. There we go. Actually, it was a little bit easier to do it with the pet. Nice. One more, and we should be able to do this. Oh, come on. He sidestepped the pet. Let's try it once again. Pull in Marcel's. Gotta be careful because he's got some adrenaline now. There we go. This should be it. Nice. Okay. Should be as good as done now. We still have to do the bonus part, keep in mind, so that's going to be interesting, but Okay. At least this time, we can use this hill and not have to heal as often. And we can use the Legionnaire to make this faster too. Yeah, you'll notice though, this is a good example of if you thought the Legionnaire was the only thing that was causing this to happen before. Notice how the Dolyak is, when it has the mark on, sitting at full health, no matter what, when we start out. I'm fairly certain too with enough damage here, and so like let's assume like I was now and I was playing Mesmer. This would still be so easy to deal with because you'd have interrupts, right? You would have diversion. You could probably diversion both marker protections and honestly maybe even all of both of their skills if you did like an arcane echo diversion type of situation. But it should be fairly easy to kill one of these guys with being able to disable all their skills with a real interrupt. There's also stuff, you know, like I don't know if if it would work or, you know, be good for this type of mission, but maybe you run like Panic or something like that and keep them grouped up and do that kind of thing. For Warrior, this should be pretty straightforward too. Keep in mind, this is hard mode, so you should have a good amount of skills unlocked. You could do 100 Blades and just kind of tank them with Dolyak Signet. Wait for their HP to start dropping. Yeah. I will not lie, this is a very boring way to accomplish this, because I have no interrupts and it makes it take longer. But it's possible, and keep in mind this is still solo, so like this is already a hard challenge to do solo, fighting two Dolyaks at once like this that are healing each other. So it really isn't the end of the world for, you know, it to take a little bit of time to have to get through these two groups of mobs. I don't think there's any other Dolyak riders we run into. I'm not sure about the end of the mission, maybe? Assuming Mesmer is likely easier to do, the kind of challenge now is over Ranger just due to Mesmer having a lot of extra tactics. Well, the reason that Mesmer is so good at a complete solo challenge like it is, at least in Now's rule set where he's not going for account titles and he's not going for, like he had pre-existing account titles, so he hasn't had to do any farming of any kind like that, and he was going for GWAM. Mesmer's better because it has better DPS than any class. There are some missions, like Everybody talks about now's hard mode THK run. The one that impresses me the most is actually his normal mode Grand Court run. And if you go and look at that, you'll see the amount of AoE damage that Mesmer has is honestly kind of ridiculous. Like, it's insane the amount of damage he's able to pump out in a short amount of time. And the thing with Grand Court normal mode, and why it's so hard, is you have a time limit of like 7 minutes to beat the whole mission. And you not only have to beat the mission while doing that, you have to also do the glitch at the beginning. And it's just literally so insane. And that's a good show, I think, of where Mesmer is really good. It has a lot of control, a lot of AoE damage. It's just really good. And yeah, as you can see, the diminished healing has taken effect. These Dolyak Riders are dying. I'm still attacking, and he's not healing himself as much. There we go. Nothing to it but to do it. Ranger has my setup that could do the same kind of OG damage in that example. The closest thing Ranger has to an AoE damage setup that is on the level of a Mesmer, using Wastrel's Worry and Demise and stuff, would probably be not really running a Ranger at all. Like if you went Ranger Dervish, for example, you could probably pump out some decent damage with Scythe attacks, assuming you don't need to be enchanted. But other than that, Whirling Defense is the only like Ranger-specific option. Ranger doesn't really have a whole lot of AoE that's good enough. Like, you can't run Barrage. Barrage is garbage compared to running Wastrels. And your attack speed is nowhere near fast enough to make that a viable thing. You can't run Volley, even with running other elites. But yeah, there's just nothing that compares. Wastrels as a skill, if we were in a time where they were going to nerf a skill, and, you know, there were skills up for consideration, E-Surge would definitely be this first one, because that's what's in normal play, but Wastrels should be right behind it with how strong it is. It's just insane. It does so much damage, and it's on a class too. Like, Mesmer is the class where you're a control class, so that's what you're supposed to be good at, is control, and that's why it's good at solo, is because, you know, it has a 4-second knockdown with PD, it has E-Surge, it has, you know, all these other crazy good skills like Diversion, which could be its own elite. It disables a skill for 50 seconds. There we go. Yep, this bonus is at least possible. Go get the guy. A little screenshot of it. It's good to know we can skip this group as well. Let's skip both of these and just kind of... Oh wait, we can't skip this for the bonus. We actually cannot skip this for the bonus. I didn't think about that. We actually need to clear one of these groups for the bonus. Wouldn't it be funny if we got him to run into there? Go into the cannon. That would be awesome. Instead, the pet's gonna get hit by the cannon. Like, there is a Dolyak Rider here and sages, so we do need a build that can kill these. And honestly, like if I had switched the build I was running, I think this is probably doable. I need an interrupt, and honestly going Mesmer, I know this sounds weird, but going Mesmer and not taking Diversion, but taking Complicate instead, and complicating the empathy on these guys would make this build work fine. It's really annoying that some of them run, but not all of them. Looking at this though, like now knowing that that's possible, honestly, I'm gonna probably call this mission here. I don't really want to continue and try to fight through these with a build that does not make sense. Like this build is just not going to work for these sage groups. Good info to learn, but yeah, we'll warp out of here and just call it. But yeah, very valuable information. Very good stuff to learn. Do we have favor? We have a lot of favor. Okay, we're gonna go do some more farming. Let's see. What should we do? I guess we'll go over to... we'll go over to do some faction farming. Yep, later, Noxon. Thanks for hanging around. Yeah, I'm glad to have proven that those skills, like, at least for solo, it's not the end of the world. You probably, right there, would use diminished healing anyways to deal with them, so... Identify all these real quick. Also, congrats, Noxon, if you're still around, on almost having cartography. Kind of jealous of that one. Check through these and see what I need to keep. Some of these are important, and some will not be. Let's try to salvage these runes out. That's worthless. Not this one. Oh, I clicked the wrong kit. And that's worthless too. And so is this. Yeah, so we need to check the storage for these to see which ones we need. I think the Minotaur hides we can get rid of. Let's just actually do this. Oh, you can salvage all of these. Well, I don't want to do that, so. I will be right back. 1 second. I'm going to run to the restroom and we will continue.
Until we meet
Do some more
again.
farming. Alrighty, I've returned. Let's see here. Yes, we need to look through our chest. We have lots of material stacked up. I don't know which of these we need to keep. I don't think that's one of them. That is one of them. That is not.
Welcome to our sacred forests. Nature's bounty awaits.
And we can salvage all these, actually. They're all worth salvaging. Let's grab the last one with us. But it would have been worth salvaging if I got anything but tanned hides.
Go with my blessing.
Oh, small optimization
Welcome
fun
to our
fact
sacred forests.
as well for
Nature's
Melange's
bounty
players. The Superior Salvage Kit is not worth it. So yeah, just keep that in mind. If you need the 100 charges, it can be worth the extra money, but it actually costs more to buy this than it does to buy 4 of these. I think, right? Is that math wrong? Has that changed? I feel like this was more expensive before. Maybe I'm thinking of the ID kit. I'm thinking of the ID kit, I think. Yeah, I'm thinking of the ID kit. The ID kit's technically not worth it, but you ID so much stuff. I guess it's only the ID kit. I thought the salvage kit was the same way. Just do the math there. 25 times 4 is 100. This is 100. 4 times 4. Oh no, the math is right. So the math was right. Buying these, 1,600 gold. This is 2k gold. Okay, I'm not crazy. Farming build. Dragon Moss. Back at it again. Switch to our expertise and we'll start our grind.
This is my safe travels on your journey.
Probably won't have many more farming streams like this. I tend to do this mostly off stream, but I wanted to do some today just because it was the end of the Canthan New Year. And we're only gonna continue farming this because it's a favor. I think I'll probably do this for about 30 minutes, and then I want to record a patch update video, kind of going over what I found with Mark and how that works in missions and how I was able to get past it. And then kind of go into some of the stuff that is overpowered. Hoping we will see... obviously it's the weekend, so we're probably not going to see any changes this weekend, but I'm hoping we will see a patch Monday for this stuff. Yeah, I think for Frostgate's harm moves specifically, though, you probably want to bring an enchant strip, no matter what. I don't think that you ever want to not have one, and the reason for that is because I don't think that the interrupt is as important as being able to rip marker protection from the solo Dolyaks when you're fighting with the Mesmers. So fighting those Mesmers, if the Dolyak didn't have marker protection for even 5 to 8 seconds or something like that, because you rip it immediately, that's going to be enough to kill it, at least with the pet build that I was running. And I know all classes have similar builds of, you know, being able to do damage. Ranger does not have an enchant strip, I don't think. Not that I can think of off the top of my head. You would have to go slash a Necro or slash a Mesmer. Mesmer is probably better. You can just take Drain Enchantment or something. You just need to be able to do it once to have enough time to do enough damage, I think, so. And once that's done, those Mesmers become easy to handle, so. Yeah, you just need any low-cost enchant strip. Rend enchantments on Necro would work. You could take Shatter, technically, if you wanted to. I don't think there's a Ranger enchantment strip. I do think there is also a build you can run as Ranger in there, not as pet. So you could run like a energy sapping build, and the Dolyaks are really easy to group up actually, so you could, you know, get them grouped up and then just drain all of their energy and then do damage to them that way. I think that's a very viable way to consider doing that. Oh, great. This doesn't happen often, but when this happens, this is so annoying. What I'm going to try to do is pull these over. Recast. Then I'm going to do this to kill these two. I'm going to teleport in and hope for the best. We're probably dead here. High chance of death. Oh. Get those, get those, get those. Okay, we got the loot. We did it, boys. Scuffed run was saved. But yeah, I think we could run an energy degen Ranger Mesmer build there, and it would work too. The only thing I would be worried about would be the Ettins. Getting past those Ettins is gonna be really tough with that kind of build. You might be able to get past them running dodge and just going full run speed past them, or running... You couldn't run assassin, so you can't take dash. But yeah, that's the only thing I could think is you would need some way to get past them, maybe. So there's only 3 of them, and you could pull them into the... so even if their aggro range is long, you could pull them into those necros. How long do I think you could retain? It really depends on, you know, what your path is. So if you're saying going full prof first, I think the first place you are going to run into issues, assuming you know you're pretty skilled at the game. So the first place you run into issues not being familiar with soloing, or, you know, knowing all the mechanics and stuff of all the missions, is probably Frostgate. That mission is one of the first places where you encounter a group with 2 healers in it, and if you don't know mechanics like that, it becomes impossible to do that bonus. You can skip the bonus, of course, but there still are parts at the end where the mobs are running at you and you're pulling all the levers and stuff. And yeah, if you don't know how all that works, it's going to be difficult. Outside of that, the next place is the mission in the Maguma, assuming you don't skip the Maguma. It's the one where you basically have to capture the 3 shrines. So there's the 3 different shrines. The enemies are always running to try to put a crystal in each one of the shrines. I don't remember the name of the mission, but that's the next knowledge check that I can think of that's, like, you know, decently difficult if you don't know what you're doing. From there, Sanctum K can be a little dangerous, but again, it's one of those things where if you know the trick to how the visor spawns and how the boat and stuff, you know, all that works, you kind of can get away with just doing that for free. The first hard check, which is not just a knowledge check, but just is also a skill check, is going to be in the desert for sure. Pretty much all the desert missions are a hard skill check, where if you mess up even a little bit, you're going to die. So dunes, in solo, you have to pretty much use the glitch, as far as I'm aware. I don't think there's a way to do it without the glitch. Maybe you can kill them fast enough, but I don't think I've seen somebody do it that way yet. But you need to use the glitch to teleport the ghostly hero outside of the altar. So you run him onto the altar, and then you go back and you kill. So that there's that group with the Mesmer boss, and it has a bow, a warrior, or a or it has, like, you know, 2 of each. So you kill the boss and you kill one of those mobs, but you leave one alive, and then you run over and get the slow totem, and you pull that mob over to the slow totem, and then run the ghostly hero past after you've killed all the rangers up on the hill. And yeah, once you've done that, then you go in and you clear out the center, and then you bring the ghostly hero in there, and he starts capping, and then you run back out and kill that other mob, and it teleports him back outside of the altar. So that's the first, like, time where there's a check where, like, if you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna die, because the things that run down into that, it's not easy to get away from. They all have stoning and everything. So, yeah, it's a tough one. Aurora Glade, thank you. Yeah, that's the first Maguma mission that you'll have trouble with if you don't skip and go to Sanctum K. Thirsty River is probably the hardest of the Prophecies missions outside of Thunderhead Keep, if you don't know what you're doing. So that's another skill check, and even the other one, I forget the name of. I just cannot remember the names of missions. Is it Alona? It's Alona Reach. Even Alona is the one where you have to run, so if you don't have the right skills for that, if you're prof only at the time, and you don't have shadow form and such, that can be a very dangerous mission because you have to run the crystals, and doing it the regular way is very slow. So There's also just a lot of stuff in that mission that can kill you. But yeah, Thirsty River is definitely more dangerous than that one because, you know, you have to fight. But again, all of the desert missions kind of boil down to knowledge checks. Dunes, you need to know how to do the Ghostly Hero glitch. Thirsty, there's a way to glitch the first room, which makes the whole thing a lot easier, and there's a certain thing you can do, I won't spoil it for everyone, but there's a certain thing you can do in the second room and the third room to make it way easier on yourself. So, I wouldn't say either. Oh, damn it. We just cast Whirling on accident. So I'm a skill clicker. Literally faster to rezone than to wait. But, yeah, I wouldn't say any of those are particularly difficult once you've learned how to do them, but if you're like first time going in hardcore, especially on Melandras where you don't have max armor, you don't have runes, that kind of thing, it's gonna be pretty difficult. But yeah, outside of those, the hardest mission by far is Thunderhead Keep. It's both a knowledge check of knowing how to do the glitches. You need to know how to gate glitch, you need to know how and when to do certain things. If you're going for the bonus, it's even harder. There's a whole nother set of rules of like knowing when to leave the fort to go do the bonus and stuff. So like that's probably the hardest of the hardest, but everything else is mostly free. The Ring of Fire is pretty dangerous, but it's not so dangerous that I would say like you really have to worry too much. Depending on your profession, the Lich can be hard. It's not really for Ranger, it just takes a lot of time to do, but I know that like Serial's been doing the Pure Monk, and doing the Lich on the Pure Monk is difficult, and doing it on a Warrior wouldn't exactly be easy either, so it's just like, it really depends on profession and, you know, what skills you take. If you if you hop to different campaigns midway through, like let's say you get to Lion's Arch and you do what I did and you go to Eye of the North and you go to Factions and Nightfall, it becomes a lot easier if you get, you know, a wider breadth of skills, but then again, at the same time, you're also going to be risking because you're in those higher level areas. Factions is very tough, and even the 4 1/4 first mission that you run into when you go over to Factions is very, very difficult. So, and many people have died in even Consulate Docks and Nightfall. If you're going back and do Consulate Docks, it's easy to die there. And all of the stuff around Sunscorch Sanctuary is pretty difficult as well. There's the mission where you have to, for the bonus, go and save the captured Sunspears or whatever, and then you go to the enemy base at the end and you have to basically just whittle them all down. It's a very hard mission to do. Now I have timers on my skills. That is part of Guild Wars Toolbox. So if you have Toolbox downloaded, you can show the timer on the skills. And I believe that is skill bar. So if you turn this on, that shows the timer. Yep, yeah, it's just Guild Wars Toolbox. Highly would recommend. Lots of cool features. Speaking of cool features, I need to open the drop tracker and reset it.
This is I know the safe travels on your journey.
I developed this feature, I have to use it. It's a requirement. If I'm not using this feature, then who else is going to use it? Make it a little bit smaller though. It doesn't need to take up the whole screen. Now we can sort by item type. Oops. Shatterstone. What is this? These dragon mosses are just spazzing in there. Yeah. Prophecies, I think, is... Ooh, okay, I just killed myself. I forgot forgot to use Shroud. Prophecies is definitely one of the hardest things when you're starting out. Going into those missions solo if you've never done it before, because there's just a lot of mechanics to know in the missions. Factions, I would say, isn't harder, but it really isn't harder because you pretty much skip most of factions, not gonna lie. Like 90% of factions is knowing how to do gate glitches to skip factions. There are really hard missions in factions like Gala. Gala is a super difficult mission, and it is very easy to die in too, but when you get to that point, hopefully you have a lot of skills unlocked. I'm still a proponent, solo or not solo, you should play through Prophecies as much as you can first. Once you get to Lion's Arch, you should swap over to Eye of the North and grab some skills. If you're not solo, grab heroes, etc. And do the same to Nightfall. Nightfall you can pretty much play through, and it's okay. Like it's a little bit less annoying than going through some of the factions missions solo.
This is my shrine. May your travels be swift.
Yeah, TTS module gets me every time. It was a little weird at first getting used to the TTS, but I kind of like it. It's kind of funny hearing the little voices when you talk to NPCs.
This is my shrine. I know the blood. May your way be protected.
Yep, pretty happy though with what we learned in the Frostgate mission today. I had the suspicion that diminished healing was going to make it possible solo no matter what, but it was just one of those things where we've not checked every occurrence of every heal skill to see if they get affected by it. And yeah, just, you know, mark protection suddenly coming into the fold is not something you think about until it gets buffed. And then you're like, oh damn, we actually need a way to deal with this.
This is my shrine. I know.
Good fortune on your travels.
It always is interesting when the original ArenaNet voices peek through, when you actually get a voice line that's actually voiced. It sounds so much different. Honestly, I think the ArenaNet voice there sounds worse than the TTS voice. I really need to get a lightning, like verse lightning shield for this. Make it a little bit safer. I also want to get, I actually have a set of the lightning damage stuff here, but I want to make this into a Kurzik armor set to kind of go with the fact that I'm farming these. So.
This is my shrine. I know.
Good fortune on your travels.
I'm gonna be going for Kurzik Elite Armor at some point. We'll take the L on some of the faction for that. Thank you, Pulse, for the follow. Yeah, speaking of shilling time, make sure you guys follow if you wanna keep seeing more solo content, more just Reforged content. I've been playing pretty much non-stop for the past year and a half, 2 years. I started out playing I've been playing on and off on my main account for a long time, but then I saw Peter Kadar, he posted his solo dervish on YouTube, and I came across it and saw it, and I was like, oh, solo looks fun. Like, that looks interesting. I've never done solo in Guild Wars before, and
I know. Farewell, traveler.
I did a dervish, just not on stream. This was before I streamed, and that was a lot of fun. I beat Nightfall with it, and then I found the solo community, which we have a Discord for as well. And once I found the solo community, I was pretty much locked in from then on. I pretty much only play solo now. I do have another new series, which is me building a new main account, but I've been putting off playing on it because there's so much to do on the solo character. But we will probably play more on it soon. I want to do a Melandru's character. Yeah, Peter is the GOAT. I envy his video editing skills. I don't video edit at all. I don't know at all how to edit videos, so.
This is my. I know. Goodbye and take care.
Yep. Yeah, no, I agree. And it's kind of why I'm really hoping they add a solo checkbox. I know we're a small community, and like only a subset of players would do this ever, but I just think it'd be a lot of fun for us to kind of have that in game for even if not everybody uses it and follows by it. I think this game plays so well solo. And it's hard to explain, like even watching, it's hard to explain to you guys how fun it feels to play this game solo. The closest thing I could say is if you've ever farmed solo, it's like that, but the whole game, and it just feels really good. The game feels like it was almost designed like as a hard solo RPG. It feels difficult that way. And with heroes, this game is pretty much solved with heroes. If you run even a modern, it doesn't even have to be a great hero build. It can be a crap one. It can be something that's just not great at all, and you can beat this whole game with heroes. But running solo, you actually have to think about what you're doing. Your skill bar being so limited is really, really tough. Even if you do what I do and you use PvE skills and cons, you still have to make some hard decisions about what you take a lot of the time, and PvE skills are not always the best option. And a good example was me doing the Frostgate mission. The PvE skills were honestly a waste of space on the bar for that run. I should have ran with D-Shot or a Mesmer skill or something like that instead. Yeah. Yeah, and see, to me, like, a lot of the fun, like, I understand it's fun to play with other people, and we had a lot of fun, so if you guys didn't see, we did a 8-man challenge. It was essentially a 8-man solo challenge where each of us run with one skill. So everybody had only one skill, and we only had one elite in the party. There's a video of it on YouTube. I recorded my perspective, and Shade recorded his perspective. But yeah, we went and beat Dragon Slayer hard mode with 8 people, but each person only had one skill. And it was actually pretty tough and also a lot of fun. So that's a fun way, I think, to play in party, but playing this game solo is just really, really good fun. Will you share the build code? Yeah. Let me teleport in here first. Get that going. There's the build code. And that is for the Dragon Moss one. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you like seeing more content like this, follow. Thank you for the follow answer. I also have a YouTube where I post the VODs of all of the streams and also just other general content. So if you want to check that out, let me just grab the link for that and put it in the chat here. Is anyone in solo pushing DCMA solo? Technically no, because both of them are new. I don't think any of these solo players have really involved themselves in the new modes, really.
I know the goodbye and take care.
but I think there's a lot of hesitation to get involved in the Melandre's Accord, mostly because so for reference to those not familiar with soloing, the game has not really been solved in the solo sense, so nobody has gotten GWAM by doing all of the non-account titles. It's not been done. And I'm about to die again. Barely lived. So it's not been done. Like, nobody's ever gotten GWAM like that. And the reason is it's because some stuff just has never been completed. So the things that are happening right now, so now Spacian, he's the very popular Mesmer player who plays solo, he's one of the 2 people who've gotten GWAM on a solo character before. Him and Serial both have gotten GWAM through account titles. So they had previous account titles on their account, but then they went and did enough to go and add up to the 30 basically. And it's a really crazy achievement to have done that. What I'm doing on my account is different than both of them, where I didn't start with any account titles and I've been working on getting them myself. So this is a fully from scratch character, and that's why you'll see, I don't have the Kurzik or Luxon titles yet. The Kurzik's 1/10 of the way to what I need, and then the Luxon one is 1/100th of the way to what I need. So I'm working on that. I think there's other people also working on this as well. I don't remember everybody's rule sets, but I think Noxon does something similar to what I'm doing. He's doing the account titles too. I think he made an exception with the Zacian title, so there's an exception there that he did with the Zacian. But I've not made that exception on here personally for my run. Now is like 5 off gap. So what Now's been working on, and this is where we get into the Melandre's Accord title. Now is probably the person who is closest to a Melandre's Accord character that I know, and what he's used and stuff, and Serial is up there as well. But he's been working on doing the what's it called? Master of the North title. So that's doing all of the dungeons in Eye of the North in normal mode and hard mode solo. And he's at Cathandrax right now. He said he spent 8 hours today in his run. He was in the mission, like in the dungeon for 8 hours, and then he failed. So yeah, that's what he's working on right now, and he's kind of pushing the edge of everything. Do you know how Lux and Kurzik skills work on Melandre? Are they always rank 1 or still inherit from account title? I'm not sure. I've never checked on a character. I'm assuming they inherit from the account title. Oh, that's a good time for the ad as well. Yeah, I'm assuming they inherit from the account title, if you can hear me. If not, see you in 3 minutes. I really need to make the bot post when the ad's done as well. That would help, because it's not doing that right now. So I just have to guess by looking at the time. Should be in about a minute. Yeah, how long are we running? How's food doing? 41 minutes. Okay, we got like 10 more minutes of farming, and then I'll probably call it here.
Okay, the timer is just reset. Everybody should be coming out of the ads any moment now. I'll just give everybody like another minute. I wish I could turn off Twitch ads, but it's literally not possible when you have the partner thing or whatever it is associated or whatever. And you need that to stream at 1440p. You have to have that to be in the beta. So you think Mal could do more if he used PvE only skill? Oh, of course. I don't think he needs them though. I think he is going to be able to do everything he wants to do on his account without PvE only skills. The place where I think PvE only skills help you the most is actually in farming, and that's why, like, if they were to make a solo mode or make Melandra's Accord, for example, have character-specific account titles, so like the sweet title, all that stuff was character-specific or whatever. Not the sweet title, but like the unlucky and lucky title, for example. Then that's when I would be like, okay, you know, PvE skills for farming that stuff makes it a lot easier to do. Because farming without PvE skills is definitely a lot harder. And that's not to say that other stuff isn't easier. Like, you move like a dwarf is a really overpowered skill. It's completely overpowered. It should be like an elite skill. That's how good it is. And yeah, no, it's just one of those things where it does make some stuff easier, but compared to, you know, when you're in farming and you have the dwarf and stance or whatever, it's just not even comparable. Stance is just way better. The farming benefits are just way better. Sniper is a really, really good skill in solo, though. I will say that it basically is a one-button problem solver skill that completely invalidates many other problem solvers. So if you have a mob you can kill with a sniper shot, the solution to all of your problems is to use sniper until it works and procs. Oh, look at that. 3 golds. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, to go back to the original question though, Methydrium, I think is how you pronounce it. But I'm pretty certain how it works is it uses your account for the skill level no matter what. So you don't get GWAM progress for having the title on your account for your Melandra's characters, but I think you do actually get the benefit of the skills. It's one of the reasons I hope they make it character specific. I would really love to see all of those titles be character specific. That would be such a big bonus and much more of a reason for me to want to roll a Melandra's character. I will say I do wish that they would also come up with something, like there's some quality of life features that they could come up with for Melandra's that I think would be just such a big benefit. It would not make it easier really, but yeah, if they do decide to add the character-specific titles, I think what they should go and do is then they should add in some way for you to sell materials and runes to a vendor at some kind of static lower price. Because right now on a Melandra's character, there is no good way to make money, and anybody tells you there is lying. Because the only ways you make actual money on a Melandra's character is to straight sell things for gold. So I would be selling every single one of these things for just straight gold, and when some titles take thousands of gold, and you have no access to a bank as well, there's no way to deposit your money, like, those titles are just not going to be possible to do with those current restrictions, so... I think they should make them possible because it's part of the game. Doing Kurzik farming and stuff like that, doing vanquishing for Kurzik faction is part of the game, and I don't think that Melandra characters should be excluded from doing that just because it's an account title. Oh man, I didn't realize how full we were. We're getting really, really lucky this run. We have a lot of golds in our inventory. We don't care about the tome actually, but we'll grab those. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not something easy to do quickly. I hope it's something they're working on, and I hope that they come up with a way for Melandra's characters to then make gold to fund those titles. Because otherwise, it's going to be hell. Like, I don't think it's going to be possible, and Something else, point of feedback I gave them is, if you're not familiar
Welcome
with
to our
soloing,
sacred forests. Nature's bounty awaits.
welcome to our sacred forest. Nature's bounty awaits. Anyways, something that's not possible while soloing at all right now is actually the Zacian title, and I think that's another candidate for something they should fix. So, if you were to start right now, it would take you 33.5 years of doing every single Zacian mission. I'm talking about every single one, including PvP ones, which if you're playing solo, technically you can't do those. And this is at the maximum amount of coins they can give. So one of the Zacian missions, if it gives you 400 coins, this is assuming all of them give you that 400 coins. So I looked on the wiki for that and did this calculation with that in mind. And that's not the case, so just keep that in mind. The minimum amount of time it takes you to get the Zacian title doing Zacian missions every day is 33.5 years. That's 33.5 years of logging in daily and doing the hard mode bonus for every single Zacian mission. And that's crazy. It's just not something that should exist like that. So I hope that they seriously look at fixing that kind of stuff, because that would make for fun gameplay. It would make for, you know, something fun to do. Well, the staff would have been good if it was air magic, but rip. Yeah, so even if you started when the game came out, and, you know, assuming Zacian Quest came out on the day that Guild Wars came out, which they did not, you would have 13 more years of daily Zacian farming to get the title. And the alternative that exists for that, by the way, is you can actually buy the sigils from the sigil trader if you find that within the rules. Something I want to know, can you go to the sigil trader? Does it let you talk to them as a Melandre's character? That's an interesting thought. But the sigil trader is the other option. It costs between 300,000. Keep in mind that's 300,000 platinum. This is not gold, this is platinum, and 1 million platinum to get the Zacian title via buying and salvaging sigils. And the stock of that shop is never in stock. So it's just like, it's not even actually possible to do it that way either. That's the only other way to do it, though. Oh, enchanting sword. Actually looks pretty nice. Might take that enchanting and put it on. I have a... Does enchanting overlap with... of the dervish? I think it does. It's of enchanting, so... that sucks, but it is what it is. Yeah, it does overlap. But
Walk in safety.
I don't think I have one. I could be wrong. Maybe I do have one. This is just me hoarding. Oh, I have one. Oh no. Okay, well, I'm gonna hoard more. Sorry, everyone. I'm hoarding. I should, where did I put those plant fibers? Wait, how are we doing on time? Paper. Okay, we're actually wrapping up here anyway, so we'll just wrap up and store all this for now. Our pink dye in here. Look at our dye stocks. We're doing really good in dye stocks. We have 9 black dyes. I'm very proud of the amount of dye we've gotten on the account so far. And we have the sweet title banked, but we're waiting to use it. I should probably keep fruitcakes in my inventory and have these auto apply when I come into the outpost. Just a bunch of miscellaneous stuff stored. All of our armor sets. All these random things I've been keeping in all of our shields. Still need a piercing shield. Oh, we do have a lightning shield in here, actually. I didn't realize this. So I need to find a good shield to put this armor 10 first lightning on. Some other junk in there. These were all of our noob armor sets, and we saved a gift to the huntsman from pre-searing. That was a fun little thing to grab. These are all the noob armor sets that we got. These are the cannot be upgraded ones. But this is... oh, this is we had a minor vigor on here. I forgot about this. So yeah, we just have a minor vigor on here. This is just free money. Don't actually need this. Same with this one. We can take that off of both of them. More materials, lots and lots of char carvings. We got everything stocked up, and then all of our bowstrings and bow attachments. This is the other thing I need to do. What is the Nick thing for this week? I think you can look at it in Toolbox. Daily quests. 1 gold doubloon. Barbarous Shore. How's a gold doubloon? Their correct spelling? It was. Oh, the Corsairs dropped them. Yeah, that's something we have to do as well. Thank you, Smifty, for the follow. But I've not been keeping up with this enough, and we really need to build up our red rock candies, because these are going to be important later. Everything else is just kind of, it's just whatever, but the red rock candies we want to build up. And this is all of our pecons and cons that we've gotten. So this is a good indication of what we've not done. All these cons, these were not crafted. These came from the quests. We've not done the Azaran ones. So there's that. And I have a perfect salvage kit in here I could still use, and our proof and everything. Yeah, the sword I was looking for, though, was in here somewhere. This one, we have a dervish mod just stored on it. This is the anniversary sword. I don't actually know what the anniversary sword build is. Like, there's a sword build with the anniversary sword, but I need to figure out what it is and set that sword up properly. And then let's salvage these. And with the plant fibers here, we should be able to restore our money a little bit. Let's also go turn in our faction.
Greetings,
So like I said, we've been turning in faction for Jadeite shards. It's not as efficient, but we don't have a, like, the guild is Kurzik, so that's fine. But we're going for the armor, so it's fine anyways.
Rare jade gifts from the eternal.
We just sell our plant fibers. And this is what I mean too, is like without access to this, doing the account titles, right, without being able to sell, because I don't buy from merchants, I only can sell to merchants in my rule set, so it's something I would like to see them do, make some kind of way for characters to not make pennies on the dollar. I think I'll actually just open the chest. We're up to 16 Jadeite shards, pretty good. I think we need 50 for the armor set. We're back up to 19k as well, which is great. But yeah, I think that'll be it for today. Next episode, so now that we've finished the lucky and unlucky stuff, coming up we have the lucky week, so if we look back in here at the daily quest thing, I think it says it in here. Weekly bonus. Yeah, here it is. So the extra luck bonus is coming up. Oh, look at this. I never noticed. It actually tells you the things you have in your storage. So we actually have all of the icy lodestones for lucky week as well, for the necklace stuff. But the extra luck bonus week, so what we're going to want to do with this week is open as many chests as we can. We have 46 lockpicks saved up already, which is good. And we're gonna probably keep farming until that week to get more money to buy more lockpicks. Because keep in mind, we are not in a big alliance guild or anything like that. We're just in the guild that we created. And Noxon's in here to donate faction, and we have to buy lockpicks. 1.5k a piece. If the NPC would stop interrupting me. So 1.5k per lockpick is going to make getting the titles. So we're going for lucky and unlucky a lot harder. But the whole point of us doing 9 rings up until now was having rank 5 here and rank 4 here. And keep in mind, we have rank 2 treasure hunter, so we're close to rank 3. This is going to make doing unlucky so much cheaper. So instead of this costing 25,000 platinum, it's going to only cost us like 2,000 to 3,000 platinum. So it's literally like a 10x drop in cost. So very excited for that. And at the same time, we're going to be getting the Treasure Hunter title, and we're also going to be getting the Wisdom title. So we're doing pretty good on Wisdom as well. Yeah, thanks for watching today, everybody. Like, subscribe, check out the YouTube. I'm going to be recording a video and going over the post-patch note thoughts that I have. So just kind of going over the changes that happened and all that stuff. And yeah, other than that, next episode we're going to be coming back. I think what we'll probably do is we'll go over to Prophecies, and we will be working on doing the first Vanquish, which is going to be Whitman's Folly, which is a notoriously easy Vanquish. This is also one of my favorite outposts in the game because it's kind of just out here, and you wouldn't know it was here unless you go and find it. So it's outside of Drox the other way, and you're kind of down here in the middle of nowhere, and it's just on its own. Yeah, this is the Vanquish we're going to start with, so this will probably be the next thing we do. Outside of that, we're going to be working on our Fissure of Woe armor and our Destroyer gauntlets as well, so if we do check our chest real quick, if I find my Destroyer cores, we are at 77 Destroyer cores. Oh, I put it in tab 1. So we're at 77 Destroyer cores for the gauntlets, and we need 250, so that's not too far away. And then our Obsidian armor, we started doing Fissure of Woe, so we've started picking up Obsidian shards, and I'll probably do a video or two on, maybe just a single video on how I'm doing Fissure of Woe and just have that on the channel. And then we'll do the same for the Underworld when we go to get Globs of Ectoplasm and get the Obsidian armor, so that'll be fun. Let's see now. Who is still playing Guild Wars this late at night? It's not really late at night, it's only 5 PM here, but let's see who's playing. Is there any solo players playing? Because that would be cool. Thank you, Smifty, for the YouTube sub. And hope the mic sounds a lot better. My last YouTube video, it didn't sound great because this is a new microphone. I've been kind of working on getting the sound correct for it, and it was kind of cutting out before, so that wasn't great. It doesn't really look like there's any solo players playing. We'll just raid into whoever's top person is. So let's just do raid. His name is Fumofu. Interesting name. But yeah, check him out. Say hello. And thanks for watching today, everybody. I'll catch you later.